Hello everyone. Oh my god, jump scare. Oh shit, I don't even have my phone up yet. Imagine if I started and my model's just standing still this whole time. 'Cause I forgot. Hi Cater, hi FC, hi Sile, hi Voodoo, hi Yokai, hi Sim. Whew. Oh god. Walking back here was a workout. Alright, we're gonna get right into the game today. Okay, let's see. Got it set up. Let's go. We're gonna play a visual novel called It Gets So Lonely Here. Let's see what the description says. Yes, hello killing. A yandere Yuri visual novel with a fairy tale theme. Can you escape from your mysterious pursuer? It sure does. Hey, well, I'm here. We can be lonely together, which probably negates it. Yandere. And this is free. Even better. How's the volume? Is it too loud? It's kind of loud on my end, so maybe I'll turn it down just ever so slightly for you and probably me, because it's hella loud on my side. Dun, dun, dun. But I hope you guys had a great weekend and
Welcome to the stream chat.
Bruh. Jeez. Thank you for the tip, Voodoo. Bruh. Ain't no way. Well, hello there. Arigato, welcome in. So yeah, today's gonna be a very short stream. It's snowing today, which means it's nice and gloomy and really good for like comfy bed time. But I will probably like sit in Discord and like put on movies or something after stream if anybody wants to join. I don't know how long this game is, but I will at least finish this game. And if this game is over like, I don't know, 2 hours, then that's probably all I'm doing today. But yeah, today will not be like my usual like 6 to 8 hours or anything. But I am back tomorrow for Valentine's Day. Tomorrow we're gonna do a little bit of karaoke at the beginning. And then we're gonna play a game called Date with Death, which is apparently us dating the Grim Reaper or something. I am doing good. How you doing, Ato? Alright. But yeah, you know, when the game is free and has an interesting description like Yandere Yuri novel, you just kind of have to try it out. I was browsing a bunch of Yuri visual novels one day, so I wanted to like, you know, I wanted to look into this. Hi PD, thank you for the alert. Let's start. You're mad, you're at work. Aw, it's okay. Gotta make that money somehow, right? That T3 money is not gonna pay itself. And then you get to be free again next week. Oh no, not the power outage. Good night, FC. You're running through a forest. Oh, I got an achievement just for starting. It is late at night and the sky is as black as pitch. There's nothing to light your way, save for the moon's milky glow, but its rays cannot reach you, not properly. The trees which surround you, jutting out of the earth like eerie monuments to a foreign god, are blotting out most of the light. You cannot see where you are going. Holy! Thank you for the 50 months, Nate. Sheesh, that's a nice number. Alright, let's align myself properly. Even if you had commenced your flight at a more sensible hour, however, with the light of the sun to aid you, it would be of little use. You do not know where you're going. You have no map, no route, no plan. You're running like a frightened animal, anxious and nervy. Nervy? I've never heard that before. With no destination in mind. You have no desire, as you run, save to escape. You cannot let yourself be caught. If that were to happen, you are certain that you would be ruined. Oh, just a quick disclaimer. Been noticing a lot of VTubers graduating lately, and you know, just to assuage anybody's fears, I would like to let you know that I don't ever plan to quit so long as there's people that are willing to support me. So just a heads up. I don't plan to stop this anytime as long as there's people that want me to be here and do this. So yeah. You have no choice, therefore, but to keep going on and on and on, though your feet are screaming at you for mercy. You have no idea how long you have been running. Time has begun to blend together. It has lost all meaning. Something sharp snags at the hem of your skirt, but you do not have the luxury to pause and examine what has happened. Instead, you tug. Your skirt tears, a sound splitting through the forest, and you stumble forwards with a shocked gasp. You are free, but at what cost? Your skirt has been irrevocably damaged. It might be too late to worry about such trivial matters now, though. If you do not start running again, and soon, she will catch you. Then your life will be over. You do not know if she is still following you, but you do not want to risk looking over your shoulder. If you were to see her, silhouetted beneath a tree, looking at you with that sickly sweet smile which once ensnared you, you would lose what little nerve you possess. Your legs would lock up and your blood would freeze in your veins. Then you would crumple. You would fall, but you would not hit the ground. She would be there to catch you. Did she not promise, when you made that contract, that you would never be alone? You would like to take back that silly wish of yours, but it is too late for that. It is too late for a lot of things. All you can do is run. 2024 dropping VTubers like flies. Yeah, most people can't stick it after 1 to 3 years, especially like corporal. I don't want to get into that really, but I mean, yikes, you know. This is why I want to stay indie forever. I don't want to go by someone else's rules. You run and run and run while icy fog swirls about your feet. But it is nice having people like manage things for you and like give you funds, of course. But I have full faith in the community being able to do that for us. It is cold enough to sap the heat from your body, and you shudder from it. It feels as though you are drowning. It feels as though you are being buried, alive. Your knees and your shins, meanwhile, are bleeding. You cannot endure much more of this. But if you value your own life, you must. You run and you run and you run until, at long last, you reach a fork in the road. There are 3 paths which split off through the forest. Well, 4, if you count the path down which you came. You cannot exactly double back on yourself, though. Not when you have put so much effort into running forwards. You can only press on. The 3 paths are signposted, which is something of a strange sight, given you are so deep in the forest. Welcome back to the big, juicy, bro. Boobalicious. You know, I should put that in my title. Hi, John. How you doing? Dark though it might be, you have grown accustomed to the shadows. You can just about pick out the writing on this old dilapidated signpost, curved and slanted through it is. Don't ban me, please. Well, why would you say don't ban you then? You know, that already sounds suspicious, bro. Because it's nice. Is it really nice to say don't ban somebody? It sounds like you're doing something bannable if you're gonna be like, oh, don't ban me. Well, thank you. I hope you have a nice day too. Welcome in. I'm just saying, people should not be prefacing anything by saying like, oh, don't ban me. It normally like makes people already sus of you. But yeah, I get why. It sucks because of how many people do like usually say that, because they do say something bad, but then like when someone actually wants to just like joke around, then they have to warn. I kind of forgot my train of thought, but you know what? That's kind of normal. But yeah, as I said, I'm not going anywhere so long as there's people that want me to stream and stuff. You can just about pick out the writing on this. Oh, dilapidated signpost, curved and slanted though it is. Your fate, if you will forgive me for sounding cliche, is in your hands. Now I wonder. Now you're starting to sound like those you know those like scary notes and like scary games. They're like, help me, and it's like just saying that the whole like letter. You're like, please don't ban me, please don't ban me, please don't ban me. I swear I'm not crazy. Ligma, Sugma, Sugon. If you guys ever played Muck, all the mushrooms are like these nut jokes. Which path will you take? Oh shit, alright. Where you wanna go, chat? To the shore, to the village, or to the castle? Oh my god, was I supposed to save? Wait, I can. Okay, good. Castle? You know, I was thinking castle too. You wanna go home? Oh, there. Some Yuri vampire action there. Ooh, that is what I need. Yuri and vampire? Yes. So, you want to go to the castle. Good idea. All decent fairy tales tend to conclude in castles once their beleaguered, put upon heroines are finally able to wed the handsome princes they once dreamed of. Why bother trying your luck with the shore, which may very well be deserted, or the village, which will be full of dirty, barefoot peasants? It is far better to skip the suffering and go straight to the grand finale. That is very astute of you. I did not realize you had it in you to be so mercenary. I can only wonder what you will uncover during your moonlight meanderings. The night is far from over, and your adventures are only just beginning. I hope only that you have brushed up on your curtsies. They might come in handy when one is interacting with a sovereign. Royals can be temperamental after all. If you fail to treat them with the prerequisite amount of respect, you might come to regret it. You follow the path which leads to the castle, supporting yourself on weary, aching legs, which feel ready, at a moment's notice, to detach from your hips. It seems more like a light novel with choices than a visual novel, right? But who knows? I really like this, this text box. It's very pretty. How dare you say I'm temperamental? You're little more than a wisp of a girl, but you have been running for so very long, and your feet are so very numb. You feel like a great lumbering thing, clumsy and ungainly. The soles of your feet are screaming at you. You need to lie down, and quickly. You only hope, as you continue to run, that you will find a spare room available for you in the castle. You do not know what, exactly, will await you at the castle, but you have visions, as you run, of a vast, opulent dwelling. This dwelling will surely be full of finely furnished rooms in which you might rest your weary head. There must also be a king and a queen inside this castle, you ponder. Who will be kind and wise, and what of their children? What of a princess? Every good castle must possess a princess who will take pity on you in your plight. You can imagine the face of this generous princess with ease, thanks to the fairy tales you read in abundance as a small child. Princess will be fair of hair and blue of eye. I'm sorry, but that is just such a funny way of wording it. I love it though. Hey, that's kind of like me. But my hair isn't like fully white or like very light blonde or something. Blue of eye is the best thing I've heard all year. With soft pink lips pursed like rosebuds. Her limbs will be slender, her hands dainty and unsullied from physical labor, and her sensibilities will be sweeter than marzipan. Blue of eye white dragon. She will be kind to you and compassionate, just like an older sister. You do not know what older sisters are like though, or younger sisters for that matter. You are only guessing. You are not a complete fool, however, despite your tendency to daydream, and you do have a few reservations. Monarchs do not, as you know from voracious reading, have the best track record when it comes to caring for the peasantry. Was there not a very famous queen who once said, with a cavalier wave of her hand, that the hungry peasants in her kingdom should content themselves with cake if bread was not an option? You think that this might be a misquote, but the point still stands. Though royals are supposed to grant their subjects succor in their time of need, this does not always happen. There are so many words in here that I don't know. In fact, it very rarely happens. Kings and queens and princesses and princes are just people at the end of the day, and they are subject to the same caprices that all humans are. I'm pretty sure I've said like half of these things wrong. They can also be careless and selfish and inconsiderate. There is no guarantee that this mythical princess of your imagination will help you. Why? There is no guarantee that this mythical princess exists at all. Still, you must try. It is this hope which keeps you going. You continue to run to the castle. It takes some time before you finally emerge from the woods, but finally, you do it. How much time, you ask? I cannot answer that. Did I not say that time had begun to lose all its meaning? The forest is behind you now, at least, and all the awful nightmares which dwelt within it. Where there is Yuri, there's Kisari. Kisari, probably. Hi, Sound. Doing good. How are you? You're not wrong. I mean, I am on a mission to find all Yuri possible, so please always send it my way. I don't care what time or day or whatever. DM me, send it in my server, and tag me. As long as it's something Yuri and it's a must-see or read, give it. Got your accounts back? Great. How did that happen? Did you accidentally click a link? A lot of fancy schmancy words. I know. There was the footsteps were funny. It is still cold though, and foggy, and very, very dark. The sun has yet to rise. You can see the moon more clearly now, though, as it hangs above your head, round as any pearl or orb or crystal ball. Oh, you don't have 2FA? Yeah. This is your reminder to put on 2FA, chat. A lot of people are starting to get hacked. Just because they don't have it. The moonlight shines down upon the castle, which looms in front of you like a cliffside. The stone edifice of the building is imposing, and it drowns you in shadows darker than the depths of the deepest ocean. The castle is not all dark, though, not like the night sky above it. Had the same password? Oh no! When you crane your head, you can see that there are lights flickering within, in the narrow slitted windows. It would appear that somebody is home. The king and the queen, perhaps? What of their servants? What, perhaps more pressingly, of their guards? You half expect, as you stand there, that armored knights will accost you for daring to approach the castle of king and queen so-and-so. Do you not know your place, foolish peasant girl with the dirty skirt? Begone with you! You are not, of course, a peasant. Your family is a wealthy one, or rather, they were, before your father made a series of poor financial decisions. You do not look like a young lady right now, though, with your dirty face and your dirty skirt, which is torn at the hem. If any guards were to take you for a vagrant, it would not be surprising. But, though you stand there dithering— what the heck is this word? Your filthy fingers hooked in front of your filthy skirt, you do not hear any cries. Nobody sounds the alarm. Lights might be on inside the castle, but there's nobody outside of its perimeter standing sentry. There is nobody to impede your entry, and the elaborate iron gates which are set into the vast stone walls about the castle's exterior are open, just a crack. It would be a trivial matter to slip inside. There is nobody to stop you. Why are you trembling now, you silly thing? You have come so very far. It would be an act of foolishness to turn around now. Go on, go! You inhale, perhaps in an attempt to screw up your courage, which has at long last begun to fail you. And then you step forwards. You slide between the wrought iron gates, as stealthy and as secretive as a thief, then cross the path which leads up to the tall, imposing structure. The domed doorway which leads into the castle itself, hewn from stone, is closed, but at a push of your palm it swings inwards. The door creaks alarmingly as it opens, the sound loud enough to split the silence like a thunderclap. You inhale at this and glance around, your eyes darting hither and thither. Pfft, I can't. I'm gonna say such weird things. I am so sorry. If there are any guards posted about the castle's grounds, they should all have been alerted by that sound. Will they come for you at long last? What will happen should they catch you? Will they throw you in the dungeons? That does not sound like a pleasant way to spend a night. At least you would have a roof over your head, though, and you would not have to keep walking. Your feet really do ache. You stand there for an indeterminable amount of time, your heart pounding, a panicked, irregular rhythm in the base of your throat. But no matter how much time elapses, no guards come. You are thankful for your good luck, though it does make you wonder, where is everybody? Why, it is almost as if all the people in the world have disappeared. Could you be the very last human left alive? You frown, then press your palm back against the door. My, you push less cautiously this time, heedless of the loud sound which splits the silence. There is no point in worrying about the guards, not when they might very well be non-existent. Your entry to the castle secured, you then take a step forward. The door swings shut behind you and the resultant slam makes you jump. You did not expect it. Your heart knocks against your ribs and, with wild eyes, you glance about. You are standing in a vast entrance hall made of stone, which splits off into any number of passages. At the very end of the hall, meanwhile, there is a large, elaborate staircase, one which seems to extend to the heavens themselves. It is dark inside the hall, but there are numerous torches, set in sconces in the stone wall which are aflame. They offer some relief from the shadows. You can hear the faint sound of the wind outdoors as it moans against the castle's impervious walls, but you cannot hear any footsteps. You cannot hear any voices. You cannot, more importantly, hear any people. Maybe the castle is empty. If that is the case, though, then who lit these torches? It is a curious conundrum. You muster up what remains of your courage, then cry out, addressing the empty hall in timorous voice which fails to properly fill up the space. Hello, you say, your eyes wide. Is anybody there? Your voice echoes through the vast empty hall, but it is met, yet again, with silence. You cannot say you are too surprised, but it is somewhat disappointing. Not one to be deterred, you try again, and again, your voice growing louder with each subsequent attempt. No matter how loud your voice, however, it fails to reach any ears. If anybody is here, they do not seem to be particularly sociable. That, or perhaps they simply cannot hear you. Could they be in another room? Yes, that must be it. You will never find that pretty fairy tale princess of your imagination if you stand idle, you know. It is time to get to work. Put those legs of yours to good use. Not knowing what else to do, is there anything else you can do? You begin to explore. You examine the rooms first on the ground floor of the castle, which are of a similar scale to the impressive entrance hall, large and richly furnished, but utterly unoccupied. After some time of aimless meandering, encountering nobody, save the ghosts of aeons past memorialized on portraits upon the walls, you muster the courage to ascend to the second floor. This floor, too, you examine, wandering through a seemingly endless series of hallways until, at long last, you find a door which is ajar. From between the crack in the door and the jamb, you can see flickering light. Irregular, yes, but it is light nonetheless. Could it be from a fireplace? That would suggest, then, that this room is occupied, unlike all the others. Perhaps the kindly princess you dreamed of will be awaiting you in this room. It is with a trembling hand that you press your palm against the door. You push it. Then you step inside the bedchamber, which unveils itself to you. Shyly, you stand in the threshold of the chamber. Much of your courage is extinguished and gasp. The bedroom itself is gorgeous. It is a chamber so luxuriant, not even the shadows can obscure the fine craft of the furniture within it, nor the rich patterns on the walls. It is the girl inhabiting the chamber, however, who truly takes your breath away. Sitting upon the velveteen sheets of the towering four-poster is a girl in a sumptuous red gown who seems to be of a like age to you. You do not have a clear view of the girl's face. Her head is bowed, her gaze directed downwards at her lap. You can tell from her hair, however, and from her slender calves, which protrude from beneath the hem of her dress, that she is very pretty. The girl's hair is golden, just like freshly cut wheat, but it is the red of her dress which truly captures your attention. She is so striking you cannot look away from her. What the fuck? The girl is not alone in her chamber either. She has a companion, though this companion is not half so endearing as she. In her lap, perched upon her velvet skirt, is a doll. The doll's hair, like that of her mistress's, is golden, though much of it is hidden beneath a bonnet. The girl is adjusting the china teacup held in the doll's tiny hand, while the rim of the cup glints in the light which exudes from the fireplace. If the girl is of a similar age to you, it seems strange that she would content herself by playing with dolls. Is she not too old for it? This girl would be more at home, you decide, at a ball, wearing an extravagant gown, speaking with wealthy noblemen, perhaps even princes. She should not be sitting in what you presume is her bedchamber, adjusting a teacup in a doll's hand. But you are not afforded much more time to stand there, marveling at the girl, because she turns. She raises her head. Then her eyes meet yours. You thought the girl pretty when you observed her, sitting on the edge of her plush velveteen bed, examining her doll. Now she's looking at you, however, her face illuminated by the flames in their grate. You can see that you were mistaken. She is not just pretty, she is beautiful. So much so, it is breathtaking. She looks as though she has stepped out of the pages of a picture book. She is simply too perfect to belong to this world. Perhaps she is some kind of vision? A waking dream? A hallucination? But no, she is none of those things. The doll in her lap is a cold, hard thing made of porcelain, and it is unflinchingly, reassuringly real. Hey Ren, how you doing? Welcome in. Get those cursed dolls away from me too. If she were a mirage, surely she would not be able to handle physical objects such as this. It is strange though. The doll, though immaculately made, looks oddly imperfect when compared to the girl who is holding it. She is so startlingly beautiful. She even puts man-made representations of feminine charms to shame. The sight of her makes you feel rather weak. Doing good, finally can sleep peacefully tonight. Let's go! I'm doing good. Today is a really comfy day for me. So I'm not planning to stream like a super long time. I'm at least gonna finish this game. I don't think it's super long. I think maybe it's like 2 hours, maybe less, maybe more. We'll see though. Hi Origin, how you doing? It does get very lonely. True. I'm doing good. I had breakfast. Hi Zoru. What you up to, guys? So this is supposedly a Yandere Yuri novel, so we are barely getting started right now. This is the first person we run into. So I'm excited to see what kind of Yandere things happen. Armpit King. Oh, I thought that said armpit killing. You had your Valentine's Day yesterday. It was very fun. Oh, are you not able to spend time together tomorrow? Is that why you did it yesterday? Doing some Outer Wilds. Nice, nice. Very nice. I will be here tomorrow too, streaming. So, any other lonely people or nothing better to do with your lives, well, we can spend tomorrow together. Work always ruining shit. Ah, I see, I see. True that. You always have had a fondness for fair maidens, haven't you? You're rather hopeless when it comes to them, even worse than a knight errant from a courtly legend. Your aesthetic appreciation is not particularly ladylike, but, well, it is not every day a girl encounters an elegant beauty like this, attired in red, illuminated by the firelight. I suppose I can forgive you for this rudeness, as too can the girl. She does not seem to be the type to hold a grudge. Oh, the girl says in a voice that, surprisingly enough, far less refined than her appearance. It is good to see you. I've been waiting. Has she? That is news to you. You blink, perplexed, a response on the tip of your tongue, but you are unable to expel it into the ether. Nice, nice. Glad you had fun. The girl is setting her doll aside. Then she stands, the hem of her dress swishing about her legs. Nimbly, like a ballerina, she canvasses the space between you. Her room is so very large. There's quite a lot of space, then takes your hands in her own. The narrator talks so much, I know, right? Because nothing's happening. You must the girl says, her eyes aglow with excitement. Be my new lady's maid! It's been a while, but it's such a relief that you finally arrived. I knew that you would. You'd never leave me alone, not when you knew how long I was waiting. Oh, I'm so happy. The girl's good mood is contagious, so much so, you find yourself being swept away in it. You are tempted to accept any identity she might press upon you. You have never been a maid before, but you might not mind being this girl's maid. Sounds like chat. She does not seem like a poor mistress to serve, not if she is always this kind. Yeah, that's a big if, though. You cannot mask the confusion, however, which flickers across your face. You are not a good enough actress, and in any case, this is all happening too quickly. Why? You barely know this girl. Why is she being so very familiar? It is with blank, bovine eyes that you examine the girl. There are so many words I don't know, man. She's a freak. Why is she a freak? You can hear her going, oh my god, right? Oh. Your befuddlement is pronounced enough that even the girl, despite her good mood, notices it. She frowns. Then she says, her fingers sliding away from your own. Or am I mistaken? Are you not my new lady's maid after all? The disappointment in the girl's face is abundant, so much so, your heart clenches. You do not know her. Still, she is still a stranger, but you are struck, all of a sudden, with the intense desire to appease her. You do not want to let her down. The thought is devastating. You were not aware, you tell her, that you had applied to be her maid, but if that is what she wills, you would not be opposed to it. You pray that she forgives you, though, for your discombobulation. You come from a distant country, and you have traveled for many miles. You know not where you are, and you do not know who she is. What? You don't know who I am? It is regrettable, you tell her, but no, you do not know her, though that is no fault of her own. Why? You have spent such a long time running, you hardly even know yourself. Ah, so you are a fugitive then, from another country? I see. I won't pry into your past then, if you'd rather forget about it. I don't mind sharing my past with you, though. Everybody in this country knows who I am, after all, or at least they should. Now this is quite the impressive boast. If it were to come from the lips of another, you would find it unpleasantly arrogant. You do not think, however, that this girl is trying to show off. You get the feeling, instead, that she is merely telling the truth. If you don't have the pleasure of knowing me, then allow me to do the honors. My father and my mother were the king and queen of this realm, and I am its princess. I've lived in this castle all my life, so I don't know much about the outside world, but I know that other countries do exist out there. I presume it is from one of those foreign countries that you come from. It is very good to meet you. I've always wanted to talk to somebody from overseas. It feels like quite the opportunity. The girl giggles at this and you smile in response. You tell her unthinkingly that it is your pleasure, really, to meet her, or at least you mean to. You only get halfway through this remark when the full gravity of what the girl has told you sinks in. You come to a stop. Then you stare. Did she just say she was a princess? Yes, that's right. I'm a princess, and one day I'll be a queen, after I've done a little bit of growing up.
Yo, look I flow heavy, period we clowning, why so serious? Why so furious? Why you mad? Because I get ass like a beanbag, let all my brothers tap this, like team tag all the brothers, nutted on me I use my tongue, as a cum rag dark skin motherfuckers, make me come fast the aggressive type, that know how to hit it right 8 inches in my ass, cause he know that's what I like.
Yeah, speaking of freaks. What the fuck, man? Thank you for the bits, Origin. I think. Not the message, but yeah, okay. What the fuck is that? Is that like a random copy pasta or is that a song? My ministers don't think I'm ready to run the country just yet, but I've been doing my best at my lessons. What? One day, I'm sure I'll be the best queen there ever was. So she really is a princess. That makes sense, you suppose, given she lives in a castle, but it comes as a surprise regardless. You hadn't known before you entered the chamber that you were trespassing on a lady of such great renown. Why, if she willed it, she could have you executed for your carelessness. An ugly red flush creeps up your face, a flush which is far more lurid than the princess's dress as you look to your feet. Bashfully, you stammer out a new address that you are very sorry for intruding upon her, and you hope that she can forgive you. Oh no, she's ready. Oh, it's all right. Think nothing of it. I don't mind, really. We all make mistakes, and anyway, you weren't to know. You said you weren't from around here? You nod your head in silent affirmation. It isn't a complete lie. You really are not from this country. You are not from this world at all. What? How wonderful! I'll look forward to picking your brain later. All of my servants come from the nearby village. Their tales are all the same, and so are their superstitions. I could do with a breath of fresh air. My last lady's maid told me I was too impetuous, but I don't think there's anything wrong with wanting a bit of adventure. Not that I've ever been afforded much of that. I've been shut up in here for so long. I hardly ever get the chance to talk to other girls my age. My last lady's maid was older than me, and so was the one before her, and the one before her. Some of the princess's fair mood seems to dissipate as she speaks, her expression turning, by degrees, into something rather more pensive. But I haven't seen any of my old lady's maids in a while, or any of the other servants for that matter. They've all disappeared. Now, that is quite curious. How could a whole household full of servants simply disappear? That I don't know. This castle was full of servants once. My lady's maids, and my undermaids, and my scullery maids, and my housekeeper, and my cooks, and a large retinue of retainers. What is all that? They're all gone now, though. I think my ministers must have sent them away. I don't know why they would have done that, though. They didn't explain it to me. But then again, they never explain anything to me. They still treat me like a little girl. It is so tiring. She said that her minister sent her servants away.
Yo, you talk like you be rolling with some top guys, but
This
if any
guy.
of these motherfuckers come up in my space, I'ma put a bullet in your top 5 red sight to your head. That's my Sharangon name. I'ma take out your whole clan. You gon' no pain. Speaking of pain, the first time I got anal, that shit was in sun.
Oh my god, Origin. Why? Has to be a vampire. No way she didn't starve to death otherwise. Man, I hope so. I love vampires. You know it. Bruh, thanks for the bits, but why? You know we do have TTS monster origin, but you have to like look it up and see what type of voices they have. So instead of typing your message out like that, you would put like a word, a name in front of it, then a colon. So like if you wanted Moist Critical's voice, you would type Moist and then a colon and then your message, and then it'll read out in a different voice. But that's something you have to like familiarize yourself with and like pull up the TTS monster link and see what they have. They have like SpongeBob and stuff too. You did it before. Yeah. I don't know if the names need to be capitalized though. Just go to TTS Monster. What's our here? You can just go there and see like what type of voices and stuff they have. What of our parents, the king and the queen? Would they not be the ultimate authorities in the castle's hierarchy? They would, yes, if they were still alive, but they're not. They died a long time ago. I was raised for most of my life by my servants. Also, I'm pretty sure you can like do bits like for pin messages, but I don't know how that works. I think it shows up when you like use bits, but I don't know. It's kind of like a super chat where like you can have like a message up top for like a few minutes or something. So if you wanted to put like some short message or whatever. But I don't know how that works. Oh, you answer, and then you flush. You hadn't known. It's alright. You don't need to apologize. I'm just happy that I have you now. I was getting sick and tired of only having my dolls to speak to. They aren't the best conversational partners. You can imagine so, yes. You doubt any doll, even one made by a talented artisan, with an intelligent face indistinguishable from a human's, would be very good at answering back. Oh no, they aren't. They're hopeless at it, really. They're so stony-lipped. You've no idea how much of a relief it is to see you. This castle is so big, and without my servants, it feels so very empty. It's so lonely here. Now that is an interesting turn of phrase. It catches inside your head like a burr. Have you heard it before? You do not have much time to ponder this, however, because the princess is speaking anew in that curiously conversational manner of hers which does not seem particularly princessy. Maybe she learned how to speak from her servants. That would explain why her consonants are so unrefined. Oh, but listen to me. Yammering on again. It's a bad habit. I really must put a stop to it. You're probably tired, dear one, from your travels. Would you like me to show you to your room? Yes, the princess announces before you can say anything in reply. I think I'll do just that. I might show you a bit around the castle first, though. It's like a maze in here, and I wouldn't want you getting lost. You'll be staying here for quite some time, after all. The princess then hastens to take you on a tour of her home. Oh God, I hate that. Fortunately, she does not show all of the rooms in her abode, and neither does she offer overly long descriptions as to what the few rooms she does show you are used for. These sentences are long, man, with lots of words I don't know. She does, however, pause by the kitchens, whereat she offers you some victuals. Once the growling in your belly has been satisfied, the princess then resumes her journey. She leads you down a dark, twisting hallway and up a series of equally dark, twisting steps until she arrives, at long last, before a door. The princess pushes this door aside summarily, thus permitting you entrance to a small, humble bedchamber. This chamber is not half so opulent as the grand bedroom in which the princess resides, which its resplendent four-poster and its richly patterned wallpaper. Oh my god, these words. This room's ceiling is not as high, and the singular bed shoved against the wall is thin and narrow. The walls are an unassuming beige, and the floor beneath your soles is of warped wood. There's a malodorous scent, too, which hangs in the air, one of disuse and general decay. What the fuck? You get the feeling that nobody has slept in this room for quite some time. Wait, what?
I
Why-
pack more heat than a Grand Theft Auto cheat. Code put the heat to your fabric like I'm ironing your clothes. Put your meat in my jaw, fuck my face while saliva leak on your balls. Then you come in my mouth and I swallow it all.
Excuse me? What? Oh my god, Lumi made a Valentine's Day art for us, guys. Hold on, I need to show you guys. Well, I retweeted it too. If you're on Twitter, make sure to share it too. What? I didn't know he was making us an art. I'm posting it in my fan art channel too. Like, I got the notif, but I couldn't look yet because I was streaming. What is this? Oh my god. I don't even know what's happening. Okay, where's my browser? Wait, look real quick. That's definitely me, so what is happening there? Are they playing chess on my butt? Wait. What is happening? Here, go check it out. Oh my god, what is that? I did not think he... Next round I'm gonna play Make sure to go like it, retweet it, whatever. Go leave comments, leaving thoughts. we gotta get this man to be a popular artist one day, you know? Oh my god, I didn't think he was gonna draw something for me for Valentine's Day. He didn't even put my art tag, bro. That's hilarious. I love that. I don't understand what's happening, but what? I love that. That's a nice little surprise. Okay. All right. You get the feeling that nobody has slept in this room for quite some time. That might explain why it feels so very cold in here. Though, if the princess's tour of her castle has taught you anything, it is that it is cold in every room in her abode. Do me the best. Make sure to go follow him. If you ever want to commission him or ask for more Kisari fan art and emotes, and I know you do, please go directly commission him on VGen or anything like that. Or maybe don't, because I already have some emotes commissioned, so I don't want the surprise to be ruined. Or you could always, you know, you could always tell me what you want, and I'll tell him. Yeah. Fishnets? Yes. I still can't believe they're playing chess on my ass. You know how people eat sushi off each other's bodies and stuff? That's what it reminds me of. Now here we are, the final stop of our tour. This will be your room, dear one. I hope it's to your liking. Check out fan art channel, yokai. I didn't know Lumi was gonna make a Valentine's Day art for us. It's so funny. The princess, despite her exalted status, looks somewhat uneasy as she observes you, her eyes upturned like those of a loyal dog's. First we play chess, then we use it as our dining table. Ew. Also, Zach and remember how the other day we were talking about NSFW art for me, like how I gave everybody permission to draw whatever? Zach and Doru are cooking. Is she concerned about your reaction to this room? Perhaps she is afraid that you will turn your nose up at her kindness. For a princess, she is awfully eager to please. This unexpected contrast between the princess's lofty title and her ingratiating attitude makes you smile. The room is rather scanty, yes, when it comes to its contents, but it is more than passable. Oh no, Yokai, are you okay? It has a roof and 4 walls, and though it is cold, you fancy you will feel warmer once you have slipped beneath the bed's sheets. The room is not quite so fancy as your dormitory at the conservatoire, and neither is it so large, but it does have one glaring improvement over your previous lodgings. I hate this narrator because of all these fancy words. I don't know if what I'm seeing is real or lack of sleep kicking in. I just saw mustache and knife. Yeah, that's how you know you definitely need sleep, Kazu. You definitely need sleep. Oh, my eye. I literally can't rub it, but I need to. You will not be expected to share it with anybody else. There is only one bed in this room, and this bed is to belong to you. You think that the peace and the quiet will do you a world of good. You tell the princess as much, and she smiles. That's good. I was worried you wouldn't like it. I know it isn't much to look at, but it's one of the nicest servants' rooms we have in the castle. Most of the maids sleep beneath the roof in this teeny tiny room, which is all cramped. There's 10 beds up there, and they're so close together. There's barely any room to pass between them. I thought it was perfectly ghastly when I saw it the last time I went up there. Not that I was supposed to be up there. It was a rainy day, and I couldn't go outdoors, so I was doing a bit of exploring. If the housekeeper had known I'd been skulking around, I don't think she would have been best pleased. Well, in any case, nobody sleeps up there anymore. The scullery maids are all gone now. I couldn't put you up there, though, in the attic with all those empty beds. I didn't think it'd be very cheery. You're not just a scullery maid, you're my lady's maid. That means you deserve good lodgings. It'd be an insult to offer you any less than this. Now it's getting late. You'll have to forgive me for rabbiting on. I've heard it's something I tend to do. It's a bad habit, one that's unbecoming for a lady. The housekeeper has warned me enough times. You reassure the princess to the contrary, smiling as you do so. You do not mind if she talks too much. That is better than not talking at all. Her affable nature makes it easier to spend time with her. Manners be damned. You were always scolded too, back in the conservatoire, for your behavior. You know full well how aggravating it can be to be upbraided, not for any particular misdemeanor, but for being yourself. Well, I'm glad you understand. The princess answers with a giggle. I really should be off, though. It's bad manners to keep you, especially when you look so sleepy. Get some rest. We can talk more tomorrow, if you don't mind my ceaseless prattle. I'm glad you seem to appreciate it, at least. Though I'm sure you'll get tired of it eventually. All of my old maids did. Oh, God. The princess departs, and in her absence, you take a seat upon the bed, your new bed. You cannot help but think that this is all happening very quickly. It does not seem like very long ago that you were still in the forest, running for your life amongst the tall, imposing trees with their gnarled, grasping branches. The forest might as well be a distant memory now, though. You are indoors, inside a castle no less, and you have been given a room in which to sleep and clothes that you might wear. It seems premature still to declare that you are out of the woods in a metaphorical sense. I mean, but things could certainly be worse. You force yourself to stand on legs which feel too weary to support you and change into the night clothes hanging in the wardrobe. No idea. I don't know anything about who we are. We're not even from this world. Hey Snake, how you doing? Welcome in. The night clothes do not fit you perfectly, but you are too tired to care about that. You are too tired to care about much of anything. You retreat to the bed and slide beneath its sheets. You're good? That's good. I'm doing good. We're just getting into this story. I don't know what's happening, but yeah. Today is a snowy day, so I wanted to stay in bed, but you know, I had to at least stream this game, however long it is or short it is. Because I said I would. I was planning to stream 3 games today, but probably not going to do that. Because I have no clue how long... I don't know how long visual novels are, you know? So I try to Google to get a good idea, but mood, right? You retreat to the bed and slide beneath its sheets. But yeah, today is a snowy day, so it's like one of those gloomy days, but like, I don't feel gloomy. I just feel comfy. Yeah, something about conservatory. Then you let your eyelids fall shut. You exhale. And lulled by the breeze which blows outdoors, you fall asleep. I really feel like a narrator though, reading this. I'm kind of good at narrating. Like, you see, I should just read stories and then chat can just listen to that to go to sleep. Or maybe I could just be boring you to death. I don't know. You are so very tired. Your sleep is a deep, dark one. Darker even than the furthest abysses of the nighttime. Like the nighttime sky, however, which simmers with stars, your sleep is not devoid of those prismatic fragments you humans call dreams. Though, in this case, I'd rather think your nocturnal imaginings are worth rather more than that. They are not dreams, are they, to which your slumbering mind is subjected? You know that they are not. Otherwise, your body would not be so very cold, not so clammy. The images that flicker beneath your closed eyelids, like the ghostly images in a phenakistoscope? What is that? I've heard a kaleidoscope, but what is that? The words are just... I can't... These words are too big. These are too big for me. Bedtime stories. Your voice, you can be a good audio storyteller. I think so, yeah. Well, this is why we like visual novels, because you guys get to just listen to my voice literally the whole time. Because I know most people are here for my voice. What is that? What the heck is a phenakistoscope? We're not conjured from within your mind. A spinning disc that makes motion art. Oh god. I'd rather say that. They were instead taken from your memories. You're not merely dreaming. You are remembering. You remember the girls who slept in your dormitory and how they always hastened to use the shower first, so you were last for breakfast. You remember how, when you finally did arrive at the dining hall, the most desirable morsels had already been snaffled up by the girls who got there earlier. You struggled, too, to find a seat once you finally did get your hands on some food, because nobody ever wanted to sit with you. Aww. This story is like... The narrator is like inserting as many fancy words as possible instead of saying things in the most basic ooga booga way. The other girls all acted like you were a leper, save for when they wanted favors. They never asked for these favors, mind, for why would they? To them, your father's prestige did not matter. They were all wealthy ladies too, many of them wealthier than you. When everybody has the airs and graces of a princess, how is anybody supposed to stand out? You stood out the least in your class, perhaps because you were one of the smallest, the frailest, the sickliest, who always came down with colds in the winter. Your poor health did not stop the other girls from treating you as a servant, though, when they remembered that you existed, of course. It was your lot in life, as you dwelt within the stone walls of the conservatoire, to carry school bags across the field like a pack mule. Then, come the evenings, the girls in your dormitory had you sewing on missing buttons and ironing out the creases and wrinkles in their uniforms. If there was an odd job that needed performing, you would always be asked. But these girls did not ask you. That would have been too civilized. They ordered you instead, and as they ordered you, they laughed at you. Hi, Zillian, how are you? Welcome in. They laughed and they laughed and they laughed. The laughter hurt, but it hurt considerably less than the kicks did, and the slaps and the pinches. This is so sad with the music. Once, during an embroidery lesson, one of your classmates had an accident with her sewing scissors. She stumbled, or at least she pretended to, and before you knew it, the silvery blades of those scissors were embedded in your left palm. This happened quite some time ago, when you were even littler than you are now, but you can still remember it. It hurt a lot. The scissors were sharp, and they perforated your skin, not all the way down to the bone, but enough to bleed. Your wound bled bright red, like strawberry jam, all over your embroidery. Then, when your professor saw it, she shrieked. Her face turned as pale as whey, and she looked for a few moments as though she might faint, though you were the one who was in pain. Your professor looked at your face. She could not bear to look at your hand, then to demand it to know why you could not be more careful. Her tone had been an accusatory one, almost as if you had stabbed yourself in the hand with your scissors to goad her. The pain in your hand hurt, but the giggles of your persecutors hurt all the more. They never were punished for that. Perhaps your professor did not care enough to punish them. Perhaps she, like everybody else, thought it was all your fault. The wound, when all was said and done, was not too deep. You did not even need any stitches. It healed well enough in time on its own, though it still left a scar. A white raised thing, like a crescent moon. Work got a little hectic at the end, that's why I'm a little late. All good, all good. And now you get to relax a bit, hopefully. Make sure to eat something that goes to the rest of you. Make sure to eat, take your meds, whatever you need to do. You still have that scar. You do not know how much blood you lost. It seemed like a lot back in the classroom. You could smell it in the air, sharp as iron, but it could not have been that much, evidently. If your wound had been more serious, perhaps your professor might have cared. Perhaps your classmates, too, would have felt some modicum of guilt over what they did. But this seems very unlikely. You know that your blood meant nothing to your classmates. Why should it? If you meant next to nothing, then the blood in your veins was, if such a thing was possible, even more inconsequential. Oh, what the You feel disoriented when you awake at long last with the rising of the sun. You do not remember what you dreamt, but you do not think that your dreams were of a particularly pleasant nature. Oh my god. Not the heartbeat. If they were, your heart would not be hammering so. Ill at ease, you glance around. Boom, boom. You are lying in a narrow bed in an unremarkable room, one with dull beige walls and a warped wooden floor. Where exactly are you? This does not look like your dormitory in the conservatoire, not unless it has shrunk threefold overnight. Your brow furrows as you attempt to recall the events of the night prior, until, with a gasp, it all clicks into place. You remember now. You were running through the woods, trying to escape from... You shudder. You do not want to think of what it was you were trying to escape from. You presume that you must have given your hunter the slip, though, because you are still in one piece, awake and alert enough to face the dawning of a new morning. You still have all your limbs, and your facial features appear to be in the correct configuration. That is more than enough to be getting along with. You look to the foot of your bed, then blink, bemused at your discovery. You can see, lying upon the sheets, a garment, 2 garments actually, of black and white, folded into a neat white square. What could that be? A maid's outfit? If so, it would not be too surprising. You can now recall your visit with the princess the night prior, and her assertions that you must be her lady's maid. Well, if that is the role she wants you to assume, you have no qualms with it. It is far preferable to the other role you played last night, that of a startled quarry running from its pursuer. You press your fingers against the humble maid's attire. It feels surprisingly soft to the touch, not coarse like you expected. These clothes are rather fine. Did the princess put them there? If so, that is all the more reason to wear them. You are not churlish enough to deny her hospitality. You rise from your new bed, then undress yourself, unbuttoning the front of your plain white nightgown and setting it aside. This task accomplished, you then clad yourself in your new attire, black, white, and eminently sensible. You feel very far from the girl that you once were. Oops. That's my lunch alarm. Your face might be the same as always, but something within you seems to have changed. But I ate very late today, so it's fine. You are no longer a student, not as long as you mean to reside within the princess's castle. You would far rather be her servant. Wokage. Assured of your newfound identity, you retreat from your chamber, then make your way to the mistress's bedroom. The castle is a large one with many, many rooms and many, many hallways to connect them, and for a brief while you find yourself horrendously lost. You cannot remember where the princess's bedroom is. You are beginning to feel rather disoriented when, to your relief, your eyes snag upon a stairwell, which looks rather familiar. Could this be the way? You ascend these steps, your footfalls cushioned by the plush carpet which lines them, then find your way down the very same hall you traversed the night prior. If your memory does not fail you, then the princess's bedroom ought to be... Yes, it is here! You rap upon the door, but receive nothing in the way of a response. Is the princess still abed? You wonder briefly whether you ontent? Yesn't? Wait until she has risen of her own accord. Yo, that word is hella funny. But no. The sun is high in the sky, and it would seem a shame to let the princess sleep through the day. You ought, instead, to rouse her. That seems like the sort of duty a lady's maid should attend to. Oh god. You enter the princess's bedroom and glance about. Her room looks much the same as you remember it from the night prior, though the ceiling seems even higher when viewed in the wan morning's light. You can see, now that there are fewer shadows to impede your view, how very opulent your young mistress's abode is. Her armorer, I don't know how you say it, armor is large and imposing, as is the grate in which you will be expected to keep a fire light during the nights. The princess herself, meanwhile, is curled on her side beneath the sheets, looking rather less grandiose than her title would suggest. She is attired in a nightgown adorned with frills, and her hair is split across her pillow like spilled gold. In her slender arms, meanwhile, held to her chest, is a doll, the very same one she was cassetting last night. You suppose this doll must be her favorite. Idly, you wonder what the doll's name is, though you do not suppose it matters all that much. It is time to wake your mistress. Hi, Max. How are you?
Thanks to @raging_magic up for my sub gift.
Thank you for the 11 months. How are you? Always a pleasure to see that beautiful blue color here. I was about to go to bed and saw you on. Oh, nice. I hope you have a great sleep. Good to see you. I hope everything's going well with you. Don't forget to stretch sometimes, chat. Oh. Hey, yo, what? Let's go. Mello with the 100 bits. Hey, girl. Thank you so much for the bits. How are you? Let's get a couple of shout outs here. Had a good long rest over the Lunar New Year holidays. Oh, nice. I normally celebrate it, but, you know, I'm not with my family. But, you know, as of later this year, I should be able to, like, start celebrating holidays again with them. I'm doing good, Mello. Of course, of course. Hi, Cootie. How are you? I'm playing this visual novel that is supposed to be a Yandere Yuri one. We're still at the beginning, so not quite sure what exactly is gonna happen. But today is a very comfy day. It's snowing. You know, like those gloomy days where you just want to kind of just snuggle up and just stay in bed with Coco or something. It's just really comfy today. Yuri mentioned, I know, and it's a free game, so you know, I gotta check it out. I was browsing a bunch of Yuri visual novels to look into, so I wishlisted some. I grabbed the free ones, and this is one of them supposedly. Imagine if we chose the beach or the village. So we had a choice between beach, village, and castle. It feels like castle was the one you're supposed to go to, but who knows? I'm watching this ad for you. Hold on. Oh no, not the ads. I usually celebrate with my Chinese hat, but it's been quiet ever since Grandma passed on. Ah, I see. That's very understandable. Oh yeah, so Lumi drew us a Valentine's Day art that I did not expect. Welcome back from Apocalypse. Look at this shit. I didn't expect that. I was like, wait a minute. Like, I have his notice on for tweets, and I saw this, and I was like, huh? He drew a Valentine's Day art? And I was like, what is that?
Kekwaddle.
Oh, she waited for the ad to be over before subbing. Oh my god, Mello, you sweetie. Come here, you. Thank you for the 9 months. Hey, yo, that's our Twitch baby. What you want to name it? Kek W Jr. What are you guys up to today? That's an extra 5 cents for you, baby? God, I hope so. I hope it was something for you to endure that, you know? I fucking hate ads, so if people have to go through ads for me, it better give me something in return for your suffering. I hope the ads were good at least. Also, why do they have to be like so freaking loud? Bruh, look at the fan art. They're literally playing chess on my ass. What is this? Damn, he could have like drawn me some nice cute Valentine's fan art, but he drew this. I literally did not expect this. This was great. I love it though. Anything Lumi does is great. Ooh. Yeah, make sure to eat, take your meds, drink some water, get some sleep. Oh my god, guys, I've been doing so well lately. So I kind of pass out before midnight nowadays, anywhere from like 9 p.m. to 12. I wake up at 8 to 9. I get some steps in. I've been eating overnight oats. I've been eating like almost at the same time every day. Who am I? Oh my god, I'm being so productive. This is my fitness arc. I love it. I highly recommend it because, you know, it may not seem like it, but, you know, physically working on yourself does kind of help. The mental stuff. But also, I'm just ultimately trying to lose weight, so. But it does feel good. Someday gonna have Mittens labs. They'll be more polished by then. You called out to the princess, but she is largely unresponsive. Her eyelashes are still sewn tightly shut and her lips pursed in slumber. I need to walk more. Yeah. Right now, I'm going from like 100 steps a day because I literally never move to like 5K. I'm ultimately building my way up to 10K a day, but for now, I'm hitting like 5 to 6K, which is pretty fucking good though. I'm literally going from 100 steps to 5K, so that's amazing. Like, I literally will not stream until I get like a good amount of steps done. And I have this like makeshift barbell sort of thing I'm trying to slowly start using more and more. Get some of that weight training in, you know? Bread is so good though. Bread and rice are like impossible for me to give up. No need to give up the foods you love. Just gotta, like, you know, moderate yourself. That's all it takes, chat. Calorie deficit. Don't believe any other bullshit. You purse your lips too and sigh. Well, nobody ever said your job would be easy. Once again, you call to the princess, and this time she replies. Her response is not a favorable one, however. Oh my god, Mello, we need to play more lethal sometime. It's just hard to like plan things out properly, but I will definitely make it happen. Cause I love playing with like so many new mods. Like, they just make the game so much more fresh and fun. Like, holy shit, like I will still always love playing lethal no matter what. And they're always coming out with new mods. Like, we've been playing with like SCP monster mods. They're so scary. But yeah, I'll definitely have to hit you up, and we gotta plan it out. The new Apex season just started today too, so oh my god, I might end up being my evenings might have to be busy again with grinding Apex. I mean, it's only probably gonna be like at least 3 times a week. I'm not gonna play every single day, or I might, just to get my daily pack. I don't know. You're a day streamer and I stream at night. That's perfectly fine. I am perfectly fine to join you if you're streaming, or either or. Like, I don't need to stream just to play. I just want to play with friends. So whatever works. Like, I'm still awake for a good amount of time. 3-day weekend coming. Hey yo, let's go. My 1-year debut anniversary is this Sunday. That's crazy. It just feels like yesterday. I'm not gonna do anything like fancy though. I need to save all my energy for like my partner celebration like later. Cause yeah, there's my 1-year debut anniversary and my 2-year partner anniversary, but I'm pushing all that for like after Ramadan, so we can all have fun at the same time without restrictions. We're just gonna have like a fun little subathon with just like sub goal stuff later, like mid-April or whenever Ramadan's over. But yeah, that is cool though, that it's already been like a year for these things. Bum 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 bum. Wait, let me tell you what I am planning for the next few weeks, chat. So tomorrow is obviously Valentine's Day. We'll do a little bit of karaoke in the beginning, and then we will play a date with death, and then I'll take a couple days off and try to edit and really finish up that first podcast episode. Saturday, Origin said was his only free day this weekend. He better not be lying to me, because that is when I'm planning Five Nights at Freddy's for him. Sunday, the 18th, that's my debut anniversary. We're gonna play a new file, Cult of the Lamb. Then we're gonna play that Milk Bag Pony Island game, and then on Wednesday I'm gonna play Dead Cells for Ren. Then we'll do that Ace Attorney case, and on Sunday the 25th we're gonna finally start Dark Souls, but with crowd control. And then I'm probably gonna spend the whole week either attempting to finish Dark Souls or Dead Cells, or both. We'll see. We'll see how much Dark Souls I can take on the daily before I decide to rage quit or take a mini break. Because with chat trying to sabotage me, it's probably gonna be even worse. But yeah, so that's what the rest of the month is looking like. And of course, we're gonna get into other games soon, like Nier Automata, Cyberpunk, Dave the Diver, all the games that chat voted for. I will be getting to those after in March. So yeah. We got this, or we shall see. But for now, we will continue listening to Kisari, the narrator that talks a little too much with fancy schmanchy words that nobody understands. Rain World, yep, that too. All these fucking hard games. I'm not forgetting. Cult of the Lamb is next Sunday. This Sunday. That's for debut. So be there if you want to be part of the cult. She sighs, then turns away from you, her doll clutched to her chest. Just give me a little longer. Also, I said it earlier in stream, but I'm gonna say it again for those who like weren't here. I know a lot of VTubers are graduating like in these past few years, and I want to reassure you that I definitely don't plan to go anywhere, even if I may feel depressed at times and people might make me feel like messed up and like I want to quit everything. I am never going to leave so long as I don't know how to speak. So long as there's people that support me and want me to keep streaming. If you keep showing up and you keep wanting me to stream and encouraging me to stream, then I will be here. Never gonna give us up. Yeah. Can't wait to lay eggs for the cult leader. Ayo. Yeah. So if you want to join the cult, make sure to come by on Sunday. We're gonna start a brand new file because I really don't want to get triggered by seeing old names on my previous file. I'm probably just gonna delete it at that point, not gonna lie. Dude, me and Hasoon watched an episode of not Bob's Burger, American Dad yesterday, and we literally got rickrolled in there. I was like, what? We literally got rickrolled in American Dad. Okay, that's fine, Nana. The princess sounds so enfeebled, but you do not take pity on her. If you have learned anything from the conservatoire, save for knowledge pertaining to the respiratory tracts of fish, it is that one must be cruel to be kind. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. All this fancy talk is really exhausting. You do not think this adage was practiced with any great success in the conservatoire, but perhaps it will have more of an impact upon the princess. I bit my tongue. Fuck. You tell her once again to wake up. More sternly this time. You will not let her sleep, for she has slept long enough already. Ah, I see. It is very slovenly, really, to still be aimed at such an hour. Oh, defeated, the princess sighs. All right. I can see that I can't twist you around my little finger. I'm up. You don't need to nag me. Once you have roused the princess from her bed and you have put her doll to one side, you set upon her toilette. You aid the princess in the brushing of her hair, a chore to which she submits willingly, like a cat might allow its fur to be brushed. You allow yourself to ponder as you run the bristles of the princess's brush through your hair, how wonderfully soft it feels against your skin. There's been quite a few I don't even know in there. I've had to listen to a lot of fancy smashy English. Exactly. I don't know any of it. And I'm an English major. But that doesn't mean anything, okay? Whatever stereotypes you think an English major should have, I probably don't fit any of them. I may have graduated, but I'm not, I'm not really a good student. But a curious query from the princess. Are you alright, dear one? Brings you back to your senses. You were rather lost in thought there. Look lively now. You wouldn't want the princess to catch wind of your salacious thoughts, would you? I thought that you had learnt your lesson about that already. Suitably chastened, you finish with the princess's hair, then set the brush aside. Now that the princess's tresses have been taken care of, you must start on her attire. The princess remains seated upon the edge of her bed, looking up at you askance? What? She does not ask you to avert your eyes, and nor does she make any motion of divesting herself of her nightgown. It really does seem as though she expects you to undertake this task on your own. Is that all right? You ask the princess as much. You would not wish to impinge upon her modesty, but she only laughs. Yes, that's all right. It's what you're supposed to do if you're to be my lady's maid. I'm used to being dressed and undressed. I'm not a bit squeamish about it. She might not be squeamish about it, but you are. You have never seen a naked woman before excepting yourself. Even then, however, you have always dressed and undressed furtively, not wanting to examine your body for longer than is strictly necessary. Now that I can relate to. You have never much liked the way that you look. You make a few more mumbled objections, but the princess sweeps them to one side easily. It's alright, I might be a princess, but we're both people underneath all of our clothes. I doubt we look much different. You are not sure about that. You have not yet seen the princess unadorned, but you already know to look at her face that you are different. She is much, much prettier than you are, but she is waiting and you do not wish to keep her any longer. You steady your nerves. Then you reach out with trembling hands and you begin to undo the buttons which run down the front of the princess's nightgown. You work as quickly as you are able, which, given how badly your hands are shaking, is not very. You fumble with a couple of the buttons, flinching as you do so. The princess, however, seems blissfully unaware of what it is exactly you are doing or not doing, for your fingers have begun to seize up with the front of her nightgown. She is not even looking at you. Instead, her gaze is directed beyond your shoulder, to the windowsill and the sky beyond it. Some of the words sound wrong as fuck. Probably. It isn't particularly sunny, but I don't think it's too cold outside. Going for a walk might not be a bad idea. What do you think, dear one? You think that you would like to finish undressing the princess as soon as possible so that you can make some progress on dressing her again. The sight of all this exposed skin is bad for your heart. Fortunately, you are able to make quick work of the princess's nightgown despite your initial mishaps, spurred on perhaps by your anxiety. You bid the princess to stand, which she does, and neatly, she steps out of her nightgown, her motions, once again, as graceful and as fluid as a dancer's. This task completed, you search hurriedly, worriedly, for the princess's red dress. Where is it? You cannot find it. Sweat begins to prickle on the back of your neck. Your palms, meanwhile, feel uncomfortably clammy. The moments pass awkwardly, uneasily, as you search, the princess standing there all the while, as naked as the day she was born. Why did you not find her day dress before you stripped her of her night one? What a fool you are! The princess, noting your panic, giggles and then says, Are you looking for my dress? Yes, you reply, your face flushed. That is what you were doing. I thought so. I did wonder, before you started undressing me, why you'd not ask where it was. Maybe it slipped your mind? It had slipped your mind, yes, to your shame. You were too busy trying not to fixate upon the princess's bared skin to think about how best to conceal it. My dress is in my armoire. Don't know what that is. The princess says, glancing over to the aforementioned piece of furniture. I've heard of armor and armory, but not armor. Of hers is an intricately, now I can't speak anything. Carved wooden structure large enough, or so you estimate, to fit inside it enough dresses to attire a whole ballroom's worth of princesses. I'd like to wear the red one. It's my favorite. Would you be a dear and fetch it for me? I don't want to rush you, but it is rather cold in here, especially when I'm still naked. She raises a good point. You turn away from the princess and make your way to her armor. Once there, you open its wooden doors and peruse the clothes hanging within. Yeah, I can tell it's a wardrobe. I just can't tell how to say it properly. Mi amor. It is just as you expected. Inside that wardrobe lies numerous dresses, all of them finely sewn and decorated with no shortage of ribbons, lace, and iridescent pearls. You find the princess's red dress soon enough, then hurry to her side. With your spoils in hand, you hurry to dress her, concealing, once again, the princess's pale skin beneath layers upon layers of red soft velvet. She is easier to look at now, you think, with her skin concealed. That might have been the most nerve-wracking task you have ever had to accomplish, even more so than your perilous escape through the foggy forest. Arm-roar. Why, it seems a small miracle you can still remember how to breathe. Ah, that's much better. Thank you, dear one, for your help. You've not been here for a full day, but I already wonder what I'd do without you. Shyly, you assure the princess that you did nothing, really. Nothing beyond your job. You did not do anything incredible, and in any case, being complimented by somebody so pretty is embarrassing. Now that I relate to. Oh, don't be like that. I want to compliment you. Why shouldn't I, when you've been so helpful? It'd be rude not to. And anyway, I think you're very pretty too. Oh my. Your face flushes from this more deeply than ever before. You ought to count yourself lucky, really, what with all of this excessive blushing, that the princess does not seem to possess any vampiristic tendencies. I'm wondering though, if all the things that the narrator is saying, like that we're thinking, if we're actually saying it out loud, or if we're just saying it in our mind, because then I'd be very sus how she knows what we're saying. You are making yourself quite the easy target. Now, the princess declares, why don't we go for a walk? It's a nice enough day, and I get so very bored of being cooped up inside. You can't think of any particular objections to raise to this remark, and you think that the princess might have a point. The castle, though expansive, is somewhat stifling. The walls are so very thick, they put you in mind of a crypt. With your acquiescence assured, the princess quits her chamber, her posture elegant and her gait unhurried. I hate that sound so much. She seems not to walk as she navigates her way through the seemingly endless hallways of her home, but to float like a cloud. The hem of her dress swishes around her legs, and her hair shifts like a shroud. The castle's courtyard, meanwhile, is sadly lacking in comparison to the princess's beauty. The courtyard is fenced in by the castle's walls, which look, in the stark midday light, tall and imposing, faceless soldiers standing sentinel. Though the sun is out, it is not particularly bright, and neither is it particularly warm. The courtyard itself, meanwhile, is in a state of disarray. The flower beds are in shambles, all overgrown with weeds. It is all rather depressing. The princess's castle might be grand in scale, but the courtyard itself is simple, hemmed in to a claustrophobic degree like a coffin. A lot of vampiric things showing up, but I don't know. The princess, however, seems not to share your dolorous mood. She might not be a vampire, she might just be crazy. She, instead, looks elated by her newfound surroundings, her smile unwavering. But unfortunately for you, I'm both. She gambols about like a lamb, flitting hither and thither as she examines the weed-infested flower beds. Hi Yash, how you doing? Her frolicking comes to a cease, however, by a bush. One is full of bright red roses. Oh, how very pretty! Do you not think they are gorgeous, dear one? The flowers are not too disappointing, you suppose. Good, how about you? I am good. Doing very good. We chillin'. Oh, that's a pretty rose. They make for a fine spectacle, in fact, a welcome splash of color when contrasted with the dullness and the drabness which permeates the rest of the courtyard. Though the other flowers in their beds are wilted, withered things, it is not so for these roses. They are rich, bright red, just like blood, their heads so full they seem almost to droop beneath the weight of their engorged petals. Also, Valentine's around the corner. You know what's on the Valentine Day menu? Me and you. Nice. You're not wrong. Yes, me and you tomorrow. They are pretty in a sense. Or every day, really. But there is something unsettling about them too. Something that is almost obscene. How did those roses become so very red? What has been sustaining them? Could it be possible that these roses have been draining the life from the other flowers which are struggling to grow within this garden? It is a fanciful thought, but... Oh, they are simply divine! Looking at these roses always lifts my spirits. They really are my most favorite flowers. I simply must pick some of them. Perhaps I can use them to decorate my bedchamber. It could use a bit of color. The princess reaches out so as to pluck one of these roses free from its resting place amongst its brethren. You watch her, your breath bated, anxious that this gesture might result in perforated flesh and bright red blood. But the princess is not as clumsy as you fear. Of course she is not. What did you think she was? You? Rather than worrying about other people, you would be better served if you worried more about yourself. A lot of the words they're saying is like really trying to point us towards like vampires, but I don't know. The princess holds her newly pilfered rose to her nose and inhales, her eyelids falling shut as the flower's sweet scent washes over her. A few moments of silence pass. Then the princess begins to toy with the petals which adorn the flower's crown. Now, let me see. I wonder what fate has in store for me. She loves me? The princess plucks a petal from the flower's overburdened head. She loves me not. The princess continues with this childish incantation, all the while stripping her rose slowly and methodically of its petals. These petals flutter about the princess like bloody snow. The princess's voice, meanwhile, echoes throughout the courtyard, even more melodic than the strains of a pianola. She loves me not. She loves me not. Princess's fingers hover over the final petal which crowns her nearly denuded flower. Then, with a triumph smile, she declares, "She loves me! I knew it!" You watch the princess, amused by her girlish good cheer. The little mantra she has been reciting is one that you're familiar with. The girls at the conservatoire also used to engage in this little game. The younger ones, at least, who believed that a fairy tale prince would whisk them away. You might have participated in this game yourself when you were a child yourself, but you never pinned your hopes and dreams on a handsome prince. That's 'cause you're gay! Your interest in princes has always been minimal. When it comes to fair princesses, though, well, that is a different matter altogether, isn't it? That's because you're gay! Pleasantly, you ask the princess whose love it is she wishes to court. A query which makes the princess giggle. Oh, dear one, who else would I be thinking of? Naturally, I was thinking of you. Naturally? She says it so easily, as though you ought to have suspected as much, and indeed, part of you did. You wanted to believe, yet part of you was afraid to. You did not want to be arrogant enough to assume that the princess might care for your affections. You begin to blush, your cheeks almost as red as the roses, while the princess laughs. She laughs and she laughs and she laughs, her voice clear and sweet like a nightingale's song, as though you are the funniest thing she has ever seen. You never liked being laughed at when you dwelt within the walls of the conservatoire, but it is different with her. You have not known her for all that long, but you are already entranced by her, ensnared. She has you wrapped around her little finger. Oh my. The princess's laughter tapers off into a series of giggles as, smiling, she wipes her eyes with the back of her hand. That was quite the amusing diversion, but I've just had an idea. You look at the princess curiously. What idea? You can't tell? You cannot even begin to guess. I just thought that all this watching must be boring you, the princess says, tossing the rose's stripped stem carelessly to the ground. You should give it a try. Please do, it'll be fun. The princess retrieves the second red rose from the bushes, deftly snapping it between her fingers, and offers it to you. I want to see what fate has in store for you, too. You smile at the princess, touched by her enthusiasm. Damn. Indulging in childish games like this might not be the best use of your time, but the princess looks so very determined you would not wish to hurt her. What could be the harm, really, in consenting? The only real casualty of this game will be one singular rose, the rose that the princess is holding towards you. You reach out, meaning to accept the princess's offering, but... Oh no! You are clumsy, and you seize the stem of the rose with a touch too much strength. Uh-oh. The head of the rose might be pretty, but there is more to a rose than its bright red flowers. Roses have thorns too, a fact you are now being painfully reminded of. Pain flares through your finger and you gasp. You take a step back, the hem of your skirt swishing around your ankles. Your finger is stinging, and so are your eyes. You ought to have been more careful. Why were you so stupid? You poor dear, you're bleeding! The princess exclaims, alarmed. Then she frowns. This is all my fault. If I had not suggested this silly game, this never would have happened. Please, let me take care of you. And how is she going to do that? Perhaps she means to take a handkerchief from her pocket with which she might staunch your wound. Princesses tend to carry handkerchiefs around with them, don't they? Silken ones? How else would they give brave knights tokens of their gratitude once these aforementioned knights have successfully slain dragons? I swear to God, this game is just like trying to make the longest sentences possible. Hi, Zaitlos, welcome in. Princesses can hardly dispense kisses as favors. It simply is not done. That is what you always thought, but... Please, hold still. This might sting a little bit. This princess is anything but ordinary. Rather than take a handkerchief out of her pocket, she, instead, encloses her white slender fingers around your hand. Carefully, as though she is handling a precious object, she raises your hand, her eyes affixed all the while on the beads of startlingly crimson blood which are oozing luridly from your wound. She licks her lower lip. Then she dips her head. Oh my. Oh, that's what we look like? She parts her mouth, and with a soft sigh which borders on the sensuous, she slips your injured digit between her teeth. Oh, we're kind of cute though. I didn't know we looked like that. So much for princesses not dispensing kisses as tokens of appreciation. This might not be a conventional kiss, but feels intimate regardless, almost startlingly so. The princess's lips, which are as red as any rose, are enclosed around your index finger. You can feel the warmth of the princess's mouth about your skin and the wetness of it. These sensations make your whole body quake. You did not expect this. Tremulously, in a voice which wavers, you ask the princess what it is she is doing. Oh? The princess glances up at you, her mouth still enclosed around your finger. Didn't I tell you? I'm trying to stop the bleeding. Hi Doru, how are you? Can we get a shout out for Doru? Yes, you gathered as much, but... Is there a problem? I'm not making you uncomfortable, am I? It is not, you say, that she is making you uncomfortable per se, but this is rather awkward. You did not expect it, that is all. Very tired being today? Honestly, same. I didn't get out of bed until like 10:30. Like, I snoozed for like 2 more hours. Bed was just so comfy today because it's like gloomy and snowing. It's perfect bed day. Ugh, but I gotta stream at least a little bit. Oh god, excuse me. And is she not worried that this is unhygienic? Has that ever stopped anybody from sucking someone's finger? No, never mind. Unhygienic? The princess blinks. She is the very picture of innocence. Which is funny, really, given your finger is still nestled against her tongue. I don't know what you mean by that exactly. But I've heard this is the best way to take care of cuts. My nursemaid used to do this for me when I was a child. It's what you're supposed to do. And you ask, your voice catching your throat, did her nursemaid keep staunching her wounds with her mouth when she grew older? Well, no. But my nursemaid was dismissed when I was 8 years old. That's the normal way of things. I had my lady's maids to look after me then. How very interesting. And did they ever clean her wounds like this? No, the princess says, smiling mischievously. Because I'm not clumsy enough to cut myself, silly. Now that was quite the sharp retort. You did not expect it. Your face turns even redder, if such a thing is possible, though this might perhaps be to your benefit. With some luck, all of your blood will flow to your face rather than to your finger, and your bleeding will stop. Honestly, I hate having someone else lick my fingers. I was saving the cheese dust for later. Oh my god, bitch. Yeah, totally. Anything but the cheese dust. Can we get a shout out for Doru, please? Has it stopped? Your injury was not a deep one. There should be no need for the princess to keep on suckling, but she still is. You're not accustomed to intimacy of this nature. It is making your heart flutter. If the princess knew what her mouth was doing to you, you are sure she would not be so very familiar. You feel quietly, crushingly confident that she would scorn you for your feelings and deem them unnatural. Thank you. Doru is a very precious friend, so please do go check him out. And he's cooking some Kisari art in the meanwhile. Doru and Zach are both cooking. Oh, I saw what Zach sent me. Oh my god. It's big. Like, it's big. It would not be the first time. At this point, you should be used to rejection. It still stings, though. It stings much, much more than any thorn on any rose ever could. The days pass, following your misadventures in the rose garden in a relaxed, unhurried sort of a manner. Your mad dash through the forest is beginning to feel like a distant memory. So much so, you can scarcely recall the raw, naked fear you once felt as you fled for your life. There is no running to be had while you're working for the princess. You would have nowhere else to run, and in any event, there is no longer any reason to run. The shadows which once tormented you have, at long last, begun to recede. You can scarcely recall, as you lay down in your bed, the petty cruelties you were subjected to by your classmates in the conservatoire. They no longer matter. Your attention is focused not upon yourself, but upon the princess. The more time you expend with her, the more you come to care for her. You have become quite besotted with her, but you are yet to realize it. Well, I never. How very ignorant can one girl be of her own feelings? The princess is not half so ignorant as you are, though, despite having spent her whole life within the palace's walls. The weight of her own feelings are not unknown to her, and during one stormy night, she chooses to make them known to you. You are in the princess's chambers later, perhaps, than you ought to be, later than is strictly appropriate. It is dark outside and there is little save the light of the moon to alleviate it, that, and the fire which crackles in the grate. You have only just finished stoking that very fire, and now you rise. Oh, Doru, are you busy today? If you're still here. You look to the princess, who is lying in her bed, and you bid her a good night, as you have many nights past. With a neat curtsy, you turn to leave, but the princess's plaintive voice gives you pause. Wait, dear one. Do not go. Not just yet. Yeah, you, Doru. Is there any other Doru here? Oh, I think you're the one and only. Perplexed, you pause, then look back at the princess. Though she is smiling, her expression is unusually wan. Is she alright? Oh, I'm sure I'll be fine. It's just nights like this, you know, which make me feel a little out of sorts. You wanna watch anime? I'm not planning to stream very long today. I'm probably just gonna end whenever this game finishes. I don't know how long that is though. But yeah. I'm not gonna stay here like 8 hours. 5 days. Let's make 5 more. Let's go. And what, you ask, does she mean by that? Only that it is very cold and very dark. And it is very windy besides. I'm afraid there will be a storm later. Yeah, let's go.
Yeah.
It was awfully cloudy earlier when we went out for our walk. Yeah. Yeah. You guys can join us. Today is a comfy day, so let's just be comfy and then chill. Watch some cute anime or something. The princess is not mistaken about that. The sky, when the pair of you promenaded about the gardens earlier, was gray and steely, the wind bitingly cold. You can hear the wind rattling mournfully against the panes in the princess's bedchamber. The princess's castle is built of stone, and it is well fortified, but even with the fire, it is rather cold. You do not like to think of how much chillier by comparison it will be in your humble bedchamber, which is not fortunate enough to have its own fireplace. It might sound childish, but I've always found it hard to sleep on stormy nights like this. They make me feel uncomfortable. You look at the princess with no small degree of sympathy. No longer clad in her bright red dress, she looks oddly, uncommonly vulnerable. One of your favorite one-shot mangas is getting movie? Ooh, what is it about? Would she really be alright, all alone in her oversized bed, in her high-ceilinged bedchamber? You know it is silly of you to contemplate such a query. Why would she not be alright? There is nobody in the castle to hurt her, but still you fret for her. As her lady's maid, it is your job to fret for her. You would never want your mistress to feel unhappy. You ask the princess what it is she would have you do, and the princess perks up at this, pleased, perhaps, that you are taking the initiative. I wouldn't like to take up too much of your time when it is so very late. But would you mind sitting with me a little while longer and reading to me, provided that you can, of course? This is a fair enough question, but your pride bristles regardless. Hastily, you reassure the princess that yes, of course you could read. You were a poor student in many aspects at the conservatoire, but you had something of a gift when it came to the literary arts. Reading books is all you have ever been any good at. Look Back is a very amazing story. Can tell much of the plot because it is a spoiler. 2 girls wanting to be mangakas. I'm sorry if I'm saying that wrong. Ooh, that sounds cool. I thought she said, would you mind sitting on me? She probably would. Oh, I see. I suppose I should have known. You're so incredible. I sometimes wonder if there's anything you can't do. The princess's high praises make you flush. Awkwardly, you look away. Being able to read, you reassure her, is not such a great feat. Perhaps it isn't where you hail from, but it is here. Very few of my old servants could read, and they certainly couldn't read the books that I like. It always has been yokai? True. Nah, his mind is the gutter. It's not in the gutter. It just is the gutter. This piques your interest. Intrigued, you ask the princess what books exactly she likes. But yeah, you guys are more than welcome to join us to watch anime later. Doru can pick out an anime for us. A fun one. Well, I'm glad you asked. I'm fond of fairy tales, you see, old ones from centuries past. I have a collection of them here, the princess says, indicating a book on her bedside table, as thick as a mortuary slab. The book is old, though, and the bindings are weak. The pages brittle, the writing woefully old-fashioned. I didn't trust any of my past servants with that book, but I think you would do a good job breathing life into those old stories. Would you mind reading to me for just a brief while? Please, dear one. Oh, please! The princess's request seems a simple one expressed sweetly, so much so you see no reason to refuse her. I feel bad that it's almost been 2 hours and we're not even like really far into this, I think. Nothing's really happened yet. You take a seat beside the princess upon her luxurious bed, which sinks beneath your weight. Then you retrieve the leather-bound book which is resting upon her bedside table and spread it open. Hopefully something interesting happens soon. The pages of the book are very brittle, like the princess said, and the bindings of the book are loose. You can feel in the heft of the book's manifold pages the weight of the ages concealed within it. 12 hours? Oh god. How old is this book? Perhaps it is as old as the castle in which it resides. A lot of the reviews were averaging like half an hour to like 4 hours. It is with a quiet voice, hesitant at first, that you begin to read to the princess a tale of courtly love which culminates in a lavish wedding ceremony. All the while as you read, the princess listens to you, enraptured, hanging, or so it seems, upon your every word. Once you reach the final phrase embossed upon the pages of this aged tome, and they lived happily ever after, the princess sighs as though this tale has touched her very soul. That's some speedrun shit? Yeah. I mean, I don't know if the reviewer, like... I don't think the reviewer finished the game. I think that, you know how people just want to put a review, like, instantly? I think this game is somewhere in the 2 to 5 hour range. Would that there was a handsome prince to marry me? What kind of sentence? She says somberly. Or better yet, a beautiful princess. At this point, I think I would even settle for a lowly scullery maid. You blush at this idle remark and mumble softly that this would not be proper. The storm outside is still squalling, and you have never been one to raise your voice. You do not expect, therefore, that the princess will overhear you, but she does. She observes you, her head resting against her pillows, and says, "And what would be the problem with that, As my maid, shouldn't my happiness come before any silly ideas of propriety?" "Well, of course," you reply, "but for a princess to marry a scullery maid..." "You're still hung up about that?" Princess titters. "Don't pay it too much heed. I'm just talking to myself." As if anything like that would ever happen when there's no priest around who would officiate it. You think there are greater issues with the princess's plan than the lack of a priest, though she does present a good point. The castle is an empty one. Even if the princess were to find somebody that she loves, there would be nobody to make such a wedding official. You cannot help but feel you have avoided a good deal of nuisance. But by the same token, do you not feel a touch disappointed? Well, never mind. That was a nice story, the princess says, but I'm not sleepy yet, and it's still storming outside. Won't you read me one more? You would not mind, you reply, but it is getting late. You really ought to return to your own chamber. I know, but can't you find it in your heart to read one story to me? Just one? You can choose a short one. I won't complain. You have some doubts about that, but as before, you cannot resist the princess's demands. It is not, you think, because she is a princess, though that is, of course, a part of it, but because she is, well, radiant. You would not, you think, as you turn to the next story recounted in this age compendium, want to upset her. You would rather cut out your own tongue. You read another story to the princess, which is of a similar vein to the last. Impossible adventures culminating at their close in a happy marriage. What the heck? This tale delights the princess just as much as the tale you read prior, and she begs for another, then another. One bedroom story soon becomes 5, and even then, when the candles which flicker on the princess's bedside are close to guttering out, the princess is not satisfied. Like a grasping, greedy child, she has never heard of moderation. When she wants something, she seeks to glut herself with it, her only request that of more. If she were less comely, perhaps her inability to adhere to the word no would be seen as a character defect. The princess is very comely, however, and so, when she makes her next request, you almost agree offhand without considering the ramifications. I think I could go to sleep now, but the storm is still raging. I feel lonely on my own in this big empty bed, so... I know! The princess's eyes light up like the night sky in a thunderstorm. Why don't you sleep with me? You stare at the princess, your eyes wide as goose eggs. Slowly you blink. Then just as slowly you bid her to repeat herself. Didn't you hear me? The princess giggles. Maybe you've been so busy cleaning up after me, you've neglected to clean out your own ears. I said, dear one, would you like to sleep with me? If that is the question she truly means to ask, then it is easy enough to answer. Of course you would like to sleep with her. It would be an honor. But would it really be alright for you to accept such an invitation? It must be a gross breach of protocol, surely, for a lowly domestic such as yourself to share a bed with a princess. You sit upon the princess's bedside, fretting, while she observes with wide, beseeching eyes. Alright, I'll take this chance to go pee since the ad started. Might as well. Best time to go pee while an ad is already playing. Ah! Be right back. Whew, okay, we back. How you guys doing, chat? Oh god, I might need to sneeze. Fuck. I hate this. One day, I'll have wireless headsets. One day. Ugh. This fire is loud. She is waiting. Well, what's the matter, dear one? Why do you tarry so? Could it be? The princess's lower lip begins to tremble. Don't you want to lie with me after all? The sorrow present in the princess's voice and in her face makes you feel awfully guilty. Looking at your cat's ash. Hurriedly, you console her. You tell her in no uncertain terms that if she truly wishes to partake in your company, then you have no qualms with it. Why would you? Well then, don't just stand there dilly-dallying silly. Come and join me, come! And that is what you do, after returning briefly to your own chamber to change into your nightgown. Once dressed, you waste no time in returning to your impetuous princess's side. She's already lying in her glorious four-poster bed, awaiting your return as though you are a knight-errant gone away to slay some wicked dragon. The princess giggles when she sees you. In your haste to change, you have made a hash of the buttons, and she bids you to come closer. Let me fix that for you, silly. Oh no, you say. I couldn't possibly let you do that. I am but a servant after all. Should it not be your job to dress her? Maybe so, the princess says, but I don't mind a bit of role reversal. It makes things more fun. You try a few more refutations, but in vain. The princess summarily discards all of them. Quite at the princess's mercy, she might be even more stubborn than you are. You capitulate her to her demands. You let the princess unbutton the front of your nightdress, then rebutton them, so the fabric of your plain gown is drawn shut. Satisfied with her handiwork, she has very elegant hands. The princess draws back and pats the mattress beside her. Now come in. It must be horribly cold out there, but these sheets are warm. Coyly, the princess smiles. And so am I. Whoa. You feel warm yourself as you slide into bed beside the princess. Your face is as red as the gown the princess so often wears, as red as the roses in the castle's grounds. Oh my. All the while, your heart is fluttering. Does the princess know what an effect she is having on you? Surely she must. How could any woman be so blind? There! There! The princess exclaims once your body is lying beside hers. That is much better. Do you feel cozy now, dear one? You swallow and, with a shaky voice, you reassure her. Yes, you are cozy. You are quite cozy indeed. Very good. The storm might be raging outdoors, but it can't get us here. I know when I'm with you, I'll be safe. It's strange, but... The princess reaches out, then takes your hand in hers, twining your fingers together like a chain. When I'm with you, I feel so very light. It's as though nothing in the world can hurt me. You make me feel safe, so I want to make you feel safe too. I'll take very, very good care of you, I promise. You return her smile with one of your own, touched by her thoughtfulness, though something about her promise does make you wonder. Should it not be your job to look after her as a domestic? In a way. The princess replies after a pause, but you've been taking good care of me already. Now, I need to return the favor. As a princess, I'm supposed to look after my vassals. It's all part of the job description. You were unaware that being a princess came with a job description. You thought that the profession came with far fewer written responsibilities and far fewer forms to sign than, say, becoming a doctor or an astrophysicist or a mathematics professor. You tell the princess this sleepily and she laughs. Forgetting that this has yandere? Yeah. Because nothing's happened yet. You do say some funny things, dear one. I think you must be tired. Rest your head. You've been working so hard. I think you deserve it. That's the problem with visual novels. It can take quite a while before it really gets going to the spicy stuff. Yes, you think, only half conscious. You think you deserve it too. You have been working hard for a long time. Have been running for even longer. But now, at long last, you feel like you can let your fears go. Your eyelids begin to droop, your body beleaguered by a sudden, all-consuming fatigue. And in a quiet, understated sort of a way, your consciousness is conveyed to Morpheus's kingdom. Your sleep is a deep one, despite the storm which rages outdoors. The wind is howling like a couple of wild cats, both locked in a vicious and bloodthirsty bout to the death, but you do not hear it. Swaddled by those warm blankets about you, and soothed by the princess's presence, you are immune from all the ills of the world. When you are with the princess, you feel safe, secure, and yes. Yes, you feel yes. You even feel loved. It is a pity, then, that these feelings do not last for very long. You know that something's wrong, catastrophically so, the moment you open your eyes. Whoa! Okay. Your thoughts are hopelessly jumbled, but you are certain that, when you fall asleep, it was in a bed, a nice warm bed, no less, beneath soft, comfortable sheets. You are not lying in a bed right now, though. Here we go. You are not, in fact, lying at all. Oh my god. What? You are standing, instead, against a cold, hard wall made of stone. The curve of your back is pressed against a wall so intimately you can feel its icy chill seeping through the fabric of your nightgown. Your feet, which are bare, are similarly pressed against cold, unfeeling stone. They feel so frigid you cannot help but tremble. You are trembling so much you can feel your teeth chattering together. They sound like castanets. The sound is almost jaunty as it echoes through your cell, for that is indeed where you are. The princess's bedchamber wherein you fell asleep is a thing now of the past. You are standing instead, you realize, with a sharp start, in the cell of some great underground dungeon. You swallow, and when you do, you can taste something bitter on your tongue. Oh my god. Dun dun. Your stomach is beginning to churn with anxiety. You feel like you're going to be sick, a feeling which wells up inside you to a staggering degree when you catch notice of the stench. You are not, you realize, the only one in the dungeon. There are others here, others attired in the simple black and white outfits of servants which look much like the dress that you once wore. The others who are with you, however, in this expansive cell, manacled to the walls, are in no fit state to speak to you nor to tell you of their plights. They are all unfeeling, unseeing, unbreathing. They are all dead. My god. You cannot approach these servants to check their pulses, for you yourself are restrained. But even if you could, there would be no point. There is no way any human could survive the wounds which have been inflicted upon these sad, slumped bodies. Over there, you see a woman slumped, the front of her once white apron stained with blackish blood. There is a gaping wound in her stomach, one through which her entrails have half escaped, and some sort of burgundy goop which might once have been pale pink. Ugh. There's another woman slumped beside the first of a smaller stature. She is skinnier. Maybe she's not a woman after all, but an adolescent like yourself. She might even be younger. The girl's age or lack of did not preclude her attacker from inflicting upon her horrors. Alas, for her body is even more mutilated than the first. Her body is peppered with even more wheals, and her face has been half smashed in. Only one eye remains, staring fixedly at the wall opposite her, in the ruined remains of what was once her skull. Over there, you see a woman who is missing both her arms and her lower jaw. Over there, you see another who is missing her entire lower half. Where have her legs gone? You have no idea. The injuries inflicted upon these bodies are ghastly, but their advanced decay is enough to turn your stomach. You know not how long these carcasses have been lying down here, but they have begun to putrefy. You fear a similar fate might befall you should you stay here. You need to escape. Fitfully, you struggle against the manacles which bind you, but alas, it is no use. You cannot free yourself from the walls. Your restraints are much too strong, and you are much too weak. Panic rises up in your throat, cold and icy, while terror seizes your heart. This, too, glacial. It is obvious that escape is impossible, but still you squirm and writhe like a rat caught in a firestorm. There is little point, however, to your struggles. You succeed in nothing as you attempt to free yourself, save making the steel manacles dig into your abused wrist more sharply than ever. You gasp. That hurts. Well, you ought to have known that would not work. The very definition of insanity is, performing a set of action over and over again, hoping for a different response. In that sense, perhaps one could argue optimism is not so very different from insanity. Now that is an interesting point to consider. Would you not agree? No, evidently not. You are still trying to escape, you foolish girl, as if that will do you any good. The clangorous rattling of your steely restraints is rather starting to get on my nerves. You are making enough noise to raise the dead down there in your dark, dingy cell, and all your screaming is hardly helping matters. I wish that you would cease this infernal racket, but I know you will not. Nothing I say could ever get through to you. Not that you have ever listened to me in the first place. Perhaps you would listen to her, though. Is she not your kind, considerate mistress? Look now, she has come all this way into the dark depths of the castle's cold and hospitable dungeon to see you. Hi, Null. How you doing? Welcome in. Is that not kind of her? Oh, dear one. The princess trills, entering the dungeon with a series of light, little lilting steps. It would seem like you have finally awoken. How are you? Based on all that infernal racket you've been making, it would seem like you have no shortage of energy. Balefully, you turn your head so as to meet the eyes of the princess. She is standing but a few paces away, beneath the roughly hewn stone arch which bids one entry, but rarely ever an exit, to the dungeons. The dungeons are dull and drab, but the princess is wearing her favorite red dress. It is so bright and brilliant that, for a few moments, it hurts you to look at her. Once, the red of the princess's outfit made you think of romance. How are you doing today, Noel? What are you up to on this fine Tuesday? Tuesday. Now, it makes you think of violence. You must forgive me for leaving you down here for so long. That was unfair of me. I did think of waiting here with you by your side until you awoke, but... Once again, the princess giggles, a light, airy giggle which does not at all suit the situation in which you have found yourself. A dungeon is not a fit place after all for a princess. It is horribly cold here, and so very drab, and there is nowhere nice and soft to lay my head. I could have brought my pillows down from my bed, I suppose, and my blankets. But then they would have gotten dirty, and that would be a disaster. We got dinner, so we vibing on this Tuesday. Ayo. Hi, Spark. What you up to? How's your day going? I need to be more careful. I won't have anybody left to clean up after my messes soon. Not when I've dispatched of you. Once again, the princess laughs. Her laughter is light and lilting, like the chiming of a silvery bell, but it does little to alleviate your concern. If anything, it makes you feel even more alarmed. You're in bed taking a nap? Nice. I wanted to stay asleep in bed too, but had to stream at least this game. So stream is not going to be very long today. We're just going to finish this game up whenever. And then we're going to go watch anime in Discord, so if you guys want to join us, feel free to. I don't know what anime we're going to watch. I'm going to let Doru choose some fun anime for us to watch. I don't know. Did she say she meant to dispatch of you? Yes, that's right. Could you not tell? I thought you might have figured that out already after waking up in a dungeon, silly. Mama Kichu, I'm sorry. I came to say hi. It is time to go night-night. No need to be sorry. Have a good sleep when you go to sleep, gaming. Yeah. You can choose whatever anime you think will be fun to watch for us all. We'll just go ahead in there after stream. Probably go make food first before I join. Or well, I can sit in there, but like not start yet until we all come through. But yeah, if you guys want to go hang out in Discord and like just watch some anime and chill later, yeah, feel free to join us. Because we're not going to be streaming very long today. But I'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow's probably going to be a long stream, I think. Because I think A Date with Death is a long game. And tomorrow's Valentine's Day. Don't you hate when your princess sends you to a dungeon again? Yeah. Still smiling, the princess takes another step towards you. Yeah, we can watch what you told me about yesterday. I'm down. Would that you could, you would cringe away from her, but you cannot. Interspecies. You are completely powerless. The princess reaches out and places a hand upon your cheek. Now that's a nice picture right here. Ooh, take notes, chat. Any artists out there that need inspiration, there you go. Her skin is very white, and though her touch is cool, it is less so than the frigid air in the dungeon. Though your body is aching, the princess's touch is gentle, and you find yourself leaning into it subconsciously. Also, start saving them channel points, guys. I am going to be playing Dark Souls on the 25th throughout that whole week with crowd control. So you better start lurking more and get more channel points because we are going to use lots of crowd control streams. I looked away and see this. Yeah, Kisa probably wouldn't want to be on either of the art. Oh, would? I mean, honestly, you're not wrong. If I'm part of a Yuri, I would be down to be on either side. Huh? You wish he would keep holding you. How to Riz Kisa do this scene? Just stay there like a nice little PogChamp. You wish you would keep touching you. You luxuriate in her kindness as best you can. No, I'm the one doing the kabadon. But yeah, sure. Probably. It's kind of hard to fluster me. Unless it is a very cute girl, we shall see. But though the princess's caresses are tender, your circumstances rather undermine them. Ayo, harem game? Let's go. Harem visual novel. How can you relax like this? You're such a good girl, the princess says. in a cajoling sort of voice, as one might address a cat. You've been so lovely to me while we've been together. I really couldn't have asked for a better servant. I feel as though I've been spoiled. I have more points to spend on the crowd control. Oh yeah. You get points for being VIP. Oh my god. I have like 14 VIP slots left, I think. Why then? You ask her, is she doing this? Improbable though it sounds, she must be the one who chained you up. There is nobody else in the castle who could have committed such a feat. Everybody else is dead. Why yes! How very astute of you! I was the one who orchestrated all of this naturally. Naturally, she says, as though her betrayal is a matter of course. Naturally. Oh, you were saving up points for VIP? Well, now I guess you don't have to. Normally, I VIP people that are either streamer friends that like are frequent in here, or like just a regular that, you know, kind of like supports the stream like in a huge way. So like I said, you know, you grab me, you start becoming a clipper of mine or something. That guarantees. I mean, that warrants like VIP enough status to me, in my opinion. And you've been a regular here for like a hot minute now. Simp the editor. That sounds so funny. Well, he's not editing. He's just clipping. But the editor role is it just allows you to make highlights. Why, you ask? Is this so natural to her? What does she mean to do with you? Oh, only what I've done to all of my other servants. I have experience with this sort of thing, so please don't worry. I'll take good care of you. And by take good care of, she means... Naturally, I'll kill you. There it is again, that word, which seems grossly inappropriate given all which has transpired. Naturally. There is nothing natural about this. Do you not think so? The princess examines you, her expression ponderous. It's natural to me. Even if it isn't natural to other people, this just feels right. Imprisoning her servants in a dungeon and letting them die? Yes, exactly! There's a bit more to do it than that, though. Oh, of course there is. I like you, dear one, the princess says, in a voice which sounds uncommonly serious. You have been good to me, like I said, and kind. For that, I will be eternally appreciative. You have been so good to me. In fact, that simply being with you is not enough. Not anymore. Your company can no longer content me. I'm a greedy, selfish girl, you see. The princess's smile widens into something sinister, her eyes flashing with a fiendish fervor you have never before witnessed. And I don't want to feel you beside me. I want to feel you inside me. Well, of all the things your charming captive could have said, you did not expect that. The princess, perhaps noticing your confusion, begins to giggle, a giggle even lighter than meringue, and just as airy. It is just as inoffensive. I can see that you don't understand, dear one, but you aren't the only one. My last lady's maid said that too. Wanly, the princess sighs, a beleaguered woe-is-me sigh, which makes her look even younger than the scant handful of years she truly possesses. And the one before that, and the one before that, and the one before that. I thought that you, at least, might be able to appreciate my point of view, but perhaps not. I don't think it should be too complicated to grasp, really. But maybe my way of looking at the world is a little bit unique. That's what my nurse always used to say. At least, when she still had the breath to speak, of course. You look at the princess. Where else is there for you to look, really? Your eyes affix to her face. She is still smiling, but there is something sinister about her smile. Or perhaps, in your anxious state, you are only imagining that there is something sinister about her smile. It is easy to see things which do not really exist when your surroundings are festooned in shadows. In actuality, however, the princess does not look any different to how she usually does. Neither is she acting any differently to the way she usually acts. She has not changed. It is only your perspective of her that has changed. Tremulously, you ask the princess what she means, a question the princess is only too happy to answer. It's simple, really, like I said. You were wondering, weren't you, why there weren't any guards or any servants in the castle when you first arrived here? The question had crossed your mind, yes. You were sure that the princess said her ministers sent them away, though. Was that a lie? I wasn't being wholly truthful, no. I thought you would be afraid of me if you knew what had actually happened, and I didn't want that. I wanted you to stay with me. My ministers didn't send anybody away because I don't have any ministers. I dispatched of them too. Did she now? You suppose you ought not be surprised, but you still shudder regardless. My ministers weren't very much fun, I'm afraid. They had a lot of ideas about what I should and shouldn't do after my parents died. Are you made of copper and tellurium because you're cute? Bruh. The princess stares at you, her eyes wide like black holes, empty, yawning abysses. So I killed them. I killed my servants too, though I did a more thorough job with them than I did my ministers. I did not care for my ministers, you see. They were all fusty old men, but I did love my servants. I loved my ladies' maids, and my undermaids, and my scullery maids, and my housekeeper, and my cooks, and my large retinue of retainers. They were like my family. They raised me in my parents' absence, and I adored them. They were so very dear to me that I had no real choice. I had to eat them. Does that follow? Not logically, no. Why, you asked the princess, your voice trembling, would you eat the people that you love? It seems a poor way to repay them for their kindness. Well, why wouldn't you eat the people that you love? I don't think there could be any greater way of showcasing one's gratitude unless you have any better ideas. You weren't expecting the princess to turn the tables on you quite like this, and dumbfounded, you stare at her. You know precious little about love yourself, so it is hard for you to form a convincing rebuttal, but you muster up a few token arguments. You tell the princess that eating people isn't very nice, and neither is it strictly legal. A better way to show your gratitude to your servants would be with increased wages or increased holidays. The princess listens to your arguments, her expressions astute, like a student poised to take notes in a very important lecture. Once you are finished, however, her concentration fails her. Her shoulders begin to shake, but it is not with remorse for what she has done. Instead, she is laughing. Oh, dear one. That's very funny. But why should I care about the law? I'm a princess. One day I'll be the queen. I am the law. That is a good point. But would eating people not turn her subjects against her? What subjects? I'm no fool, you know. No matter how I might act, and I know what happens beyond the castle's walls. I know all about the plague. Once, I might have had a populace to govern, but they're all gone now. I'm a princess and nothing but name only. A monarch without any subjects. Don't you think that's sad? I know I do. It's so woefully lonely. If she feels lonely, then why has she been systematically slaughtering all of her domestics? It doesn't make a lick of sense. Perhaps not to you. Gently, the princess caresses your cheek. But I shouldn't judge you too harshly. As much as I like you, dear one, you are a commoner. Perhaps you can't understand the intricacies of my thoughts. Privately, you doubt that anybody would be able to understand the intricacies of the prince's thought process, largely because it is unreasonable. You do not say that, though. Instead, you ask her the only question you can think to ask, with your weary throat which is sore from shouting. Why? Why, you ask? The princess blinks. It's because I don't want you to leave me, of course. Everybody leaves sooner or later, whether they have pledged their allegiance to me or not. That is simply the way of the world. People are fickle and inconstant, even to me, a monarch. That is why I decided to eat my servants. I had no choice, you see. It was the only way to ensure that they would never leave me. Fuck the interesting bit now. Are you a parking ticket? Because you've got fine written all over you. And speaking of fines, do you think I could borrow a dollar? I seem to have lost my wallet, but hey, at least found you. Bro, what is this? Pick up lines to prepare for Valentine's Day. When you think about it, they should be grateful that I would demean myself so to consume their flesh and blood. I am a magnanimous ruler, you see, and I treat all of my subjects equally. I love every single one of you. And naturally, I love you too. You have been awfully nice to me. And you are very pretty alongside it. If you were a plain ugly girl, perhaps I would not shower you with affection quite as intense as this. But you've captured my heart. I think you're lovely. So, I'll bestow upon you the highest honor I can conceive of. I want your body to mix with mine. Then, we can stay together forever and ever. The princess leans in. You can feel her soft silken hair brushing against your cheeks. Can feel, too, the warmth of her breath as it goes against your skin. It is cold in the dungeon, but the princess's close proximity is, perverse though this might sound, something of a comfort. Her eyes are wide and her lips are so red. Her smile, meanwhile, is so sweet. I've been doing my best to fulfill the role that fate has dictated for me, but really... Princess exhales. Her eyes, which are boring into yours, are like two dark tarns. Finally, you think you can see in the alarming lack of light, the lack of anything. In the princess's gaze, some degree of humanity. It gets so lonely here. But this brief flicker of understanding, which passes between the pair of you, is soon cut short. The princess dips her head. She parts her lips, which are as red as the petals of a carnivorous flower. You feel the princess's breath against your neck. It is warm in the icy chill of the dungeons, and you shudder from it. For a few moments, you think that this overture of the princess's could be romantic, in a way, but this too comes to a swift, merciless close. Oh, what the? The princess's mouth is on your neck. The princess's teeth, sharp as needles, are in your flesh. The princess is draining your blood. She is supping on it in great, greedy gobbets, like a hungry animal, one who cannot truly comprehend the harm it is causing. Even as the princess sups from you, her arms twined around your waist, you find you cannot hate her. She is far too unworldly. You are sure, as your consciousness begins to fade, that the princess was being sincere when she spoke of her love for her past servants. This is simply the way the princess expresses this great love of hers. A love which is so very abundant, it borders upon the monstrous. It is a love you never thought that you would ever experience. This love of the princesses eclipses anything you have ever known before. It eclipses sanity. It eclipses reason. It eclipses all notions you might once have had of right or wrong. The princess, as you know full well, does not care about such concepts. You have always possessed a stubborn core, nestled beneath your weak-willed exterior, but the princess is even stubborner than you are. In the face of her love, you have met your match. Princess draws back. Desperately, you gasp for air, but she does not give you any quarter. As before, she dips her head, her red lips redder, still, with your blood, then splits apart her jaw. Her teeth, which are impossibly, inhumanly sharp, glint wickedly like knives. Then she tears out your throat. The front of your nightgown was white once. Now it is red. There is so much blood, you can smell it when you inhale, sharper than metal. It is so potent, you can taste it on your tongue. You try to inhale, but this task proves to be beyond you, what with the twin perforations that have ruptured your skin. Your attempted breaths, when they escape your lips, sound like sad, sorry wheezes. Your whole body, meanwhile, feels as though it is on fire. You make for quite the sorry sight indeed, but you'll forgive me if my sympathy is limited. You did bring this upon yourself, you know. You reap what you sow, and in your case, you made a series of bad decisions which led to your untimely demise. Now, what do you want to do? Will you accept this fate of yours and rest in peace, or will you try to fight against it? What the hell? But I didn't do shit. I just chose to go to a castle. Let's try to fight. That is a good answer. I must admit I like it. It is impressive how very defiant you can be, even in a situation as discomforting as this. Now, try not to cry. Keep your chin up. This is but a minor setback in your story. Like all fair maidens, you are deserving of your own happy ending. You need only the strength to try and seek it out. Why don't we give this another go? Just try not to ensnare the hearts of many more monarchs, particularly those with unusual appetites. You are destined for far higher purposes than being an entree, and there are vastly more enjoyable ways to be eaten in this world. Is there? Is there really? Your fate is once again in your hands. Now I wonder, which path will you take? Huh? It brought us back to the beginning. What the hell? Alright, have fun brushing your teeth. Alright, time to go to the shore, I guess. Oh, I guess we get to go back to the beginning. Good idea. What will you discover there, I wonder? This night is far from over, and there are any number of adventures still awaiting you. I hope that you have prepared yourself in advance, and I do hope for your sake that you have learned how to swim. I have a sneaky suspicion that this skill might come in handy. What the hell? This is crazy. What else could possibly happen? You follow the path which leads to the shore, supporting yourself on weary, aching limbs which feel ready to snap at the knee beneath the burden of your weight. You are little more than a wisp of a girl, but you have been running for so very long, and your feet are so very numb, you feel like a great lumbering thing. You need to lie down, and quickly. You only hope, as you continue to run, that you will find a means to escape your current predicament by the shore.
In Yulan's tender arms, a secret lies, where whispers dance beneath the starlit skies. Her armpits, soft as velvet, draw me near, a hidden realm where ecstasy appears. With gentle strokes, I trace each contour, my senses heightened, my heart's allure. Her scent, a melody of musky grace, invites me to a blissful, sacred place. As lips meet skin in a delicate embrace, my soul ignites with paw.
It's not even done yet. Sacred plow.
Electric sparks ignite, my senses reel, in Yulan's armpits, fantasy reveals. Each taste, each touch, a symphony divine, a journey woven in the threads of time. In glee, I soar on waves of pure delight, in Yulan's armpits, love takes flight. So let me linger in this fragrant bower, where dreams converge and hearts empower. For in her armpits, I find my release, in Yulan's embrace, my soul fi.
I like how it always cuts off. Your messages are too long. Thank you for the bits, Origin. What the hell? Your messages are too long. Oh, the cutoff is so funny. Bro, is this what you're doing with your time? This is what you do with your day off? You're just like trying to come up with some random ass poetic shit? It's because TTS only reads out like a certain amount. It like stops at some point. Which is, I guess, that point. You should probably count how many characters that is. It's like Twitter. You do not know what awaits you, but you have visions of a harbor extending out to the horizon, cradling a fleet of white-sailed fishing vessels. Surely there will be a kindly fisherman who will be willing to take you far, far away on his boat, to a place where your pursuer will not be able to find you. You can imagine, too, the face of this kindly fisherman, a face you have lifted from the fairy tales you read in abundance as a small child. He will have thick, bushy eyebrows and a dark brown beard streaked through with gray. He will look intimidating at a glance, but he will be fiercely protective of you, just like a father. Is everybody gonna eat me in this damn game? No matter what I do? I don't know what's gonna happen. I'm like really curious. You do not know what fathers are supposed to be like. You are only imagining. It is your imagination, however, which grants you the strength needed to keep going. You run to the shore. It takes some time before you finally emerge from the woods, but finally you do it. How much time, you ask? I cannot answer that. Did I not say that time had begun to lose all its meaning? I mean, the description says this is a Yandere Yuri, so I'm like, okay, well, that was definitely the castle route. Is she gonna show up again in other routes? Like, well, I guess we're gonna find out. The forest is behind you now, at least, and all the awful nightmares that lurk within it. My first bet is that you die no matter what. Thank you for the follow, Nelku Cosplay. Welcome in. It is still cold, though, and still foggy. It is still dark, too. The sun has yet to rise. You can see the moon more clearly now as it hangs above your head, round as any pearl or orb or crystal ball. The moonlight shines down upon the vertiginous cliffs, which plummet sharply downwards to an array of sharp, spiky rocks below. You felt upon escaping the woods a degree of hope, but the sight of these weather-blasted cliffs give you pause. Welcome in, Nelku. I hope you are having a good day so far. I have more. What voice should I do? I don't know. Did you even look through all of them? I know there's like SpongeBob and like Obama and like other. Go pick one that you find that's funny. It's probably a Frenchman and stuff like that. You inhale, then you frown. I looked, but there's so much. Exactly. So you got lots of options. You should choose one you like. Thanos? Do we even have a Thanos voice? I don't have Tangia, I have Monster. Now what are you going to do? You did not think this plan of yours through very well. Not that you had much in the way of a plan in the first place. There is little in the way of civilization here. The cliffs are far from the village. How far? You do not know, and you cannot see any houses. Well, we got some different music now. I like this. This is very nice. Soothing. Where exactly will you rest your weary head, and what of your weary legs? Fitfully, you look around. There is nobody to your east, nor is there anybody to your west. There is no point in looking south. That is the way you came. And when you look to the north, the world falls away from you. Oh my god, I really like this music. This is the best one so far. I don't even know if we had music in the castle. Not really. The cliffs are too steep to scale, and it is too dark. Naturally, there is not a soul here to help you. You are on your own.
Inielan Zambik Sanutuoji found the vestant escami gevit. Spellbound, cette curvature, secret map toblis filuis pejin koje. Attendu kiss, binis de sauvemas fine migrate in reilin
Wait, is he
dicré.
actually speaking French?
Lost in sweet embrace, it has a symphony of Shibdel.
Huh? He actually speaking French? I thought it was just gonna be a French accent. Huh? You feel so overwhelmed, you could bet you would cry. Je ne sais pas. You do not cry, however. You know that tears have never helped anyone. You got yourself into this mess. Je ne parle français. Now you need to get yourself out of it. It is with this thought in mind that you inhale a lungful of salty oceanic air. Then you begin your exploration in earnest. You keep away from the edge of the cliffs, afraid that you might slip and take a sudden, unfortunate tumble into an abyss below. There's the weekend?
Armpits, soft as Play-Doh, become me a fragrant heaven where I long to be at every lick. It's a surge of ecstasy in your lens armpits. I am set free in this den of heaven. I found my own where passions fight. That some freely roams. Oh, in lens armpits where dreams take flight. And there
What the fuck? Holy shit, that one's actually hella good. That's so funny. The way it still fucking cuts off though. You're like a sentence too long or so. That was hella funny. I didn't think he was singing. I didn't think that either. Origin, doesn't it? Can't you literally see what the voices sound like? Huh? Can't you literally click on the voices and it plays what it is for you? I thought that was the whole point. So you know what it sounds like. You are not as attached to your mortal body as some humans are, but you do not want to die. You still care for yourself, if only a little. Now I know Origin's favorite voice is gonna be that one. Yeah, there should be a preview. They even have sound effects, Origin. I did, but I didn't think he would sing it. Huh? But does it show him singing in the preview? Oh my god. Well, now you know. I bet that's gonna be his favorite voice now. You still care for yourself, if only a little. And it is this sense of self-preservation which compels you onwards. You glance this way and that, depressing the tall grass beneath your shoes as you search for a place of shelter. Is this like a new game compared to the castle one? I don't know. I guess it depends. Well, the narrator let us go back in time or accept our fate, apparently. Apparently, like, fighting our fate was going back in time before that bitch killed us. If I were home, I would have some good monster TTS pastas. Oh. Plottage. Perhaps next time. All I know is all of Origin's essays are getting cut off and it's hilarious. Surely there must be somewhere. You cannot see any likely looking settlements, but what is that over yonder? What did you miss? So I chose to fight against fate. I thought that was like quite literally gonna be us fighting against her, even though she kind of already ripped our throat out. So it took us back to the options of either the shore or the village. So now we're at the shore and it's playing some really beautiful music. I don't know what's happening or what's gonna happen. Could that be a roof? You hurry onwards, hope budding anew in your heart, until at long last you reach your destination. They're poems and work of art. I worked hard to write them. Don't call them essays. Okay, fine, your poems. Could not fix the princess. But your poems are really long. I just call anything really long an essay, just to emphasize how long it is. Long enough for it to get cut off. And I don't know if there's any way of changing that. I feel like that's just always how TTS has been. There's a house after all, here in the wilds, though it doesn't, at a glance, look very welcoming. The solitary house that you have discovered, not so far from the cliffs, is rather unremarkable. It is so small and squat, you cannot imagine it contains within it more than one floor. And you know I don't like using the sound alerts extension because they do take 20% of the bits. So that's why I just put different amount of bits with different sound alerts. To give people variety that I already would have put in sound alerts anyway. I am thinking of making CPR cheaper for 690 bits because I don't really like my 690 bits alert. I actually don't like a lot of my alerts, so I might like scrap a lot of those. Makes my profile hella long too. It is so small and squat, you cannot imagine it contains within it more than one floor. You cannot even imagine that it contains much more than one room. Though it is dark, it is not dark enough to mask that the cottage has something of a slant to it. It is leaning listlessly to one side, like a drunken sailor. The thatched roof, meanwhile, which tops this dwelling, has certainly seen better days. There is a hole in the thatch. There are several holes, in fact, and parts of it look particularly bare, almost bald. That is rather concerning. Should it rain, you will not be properly protected from the elements. Can you really stay the night in such a place? You have some misgivings. But do your misgivings matter really? There is nowhere else to go. It is not as though you have any other options. It is with a sense of defeat, therefore, that you approach the cottage, which sticks out of the earth like a tombstone. Part of you wants to turn back, but you know that would be foolish. The storytelling and the music is really making me think of like anime. The windows of the cottage are dark, but that does not necessarily mean it is empty. It is rather late at night after all. Whoever lives here, if indeed anybody does live here, might be asleep. You cannot imagine the owners of this cottage will appreciate being roused so very late at night. You cannot let yourself worry too much about these small details, however. Otherwise, you will never get anywhere. You swallow. The taste of the salty sea breeze is pungent in the back of your nostrils. Then, you rap the knuckles of your right fist on the door. You rap quietly at first, but you do not hear any resultant shuffling inside the cottage. Perhaps you did not use enough strength. Emboldened, you rap your knuckles on the door for a second time, more loudly this time. You wait a few moments, but still, you cannot hear anything. Perhaps the cottage is unoccupied after all. You knock for a third time, then wait. Third time is, as they say, the charm, but for all that, your knocking goes unanswered. Well, nobody can say that you did not try. More intrigued now than anxious, your fingers find the handle of the door. You pull it down and, to your surprise, it yields easily. Here we go again.
That shotty kick harder than Scotty to harder you and catch more bodies than Bane can say shit look get more sloppy than when people tell me I go harder than when his cock is inside me here out cause ass until I'm walking up need he beat it up harder than Creed hit it from the back till my shot to turn it to
What the fuck? The way he doesn't even say some words. He's like struggling to say it. TTS couldn't say asshole. Couldn't say asshole, but he said cock. Are you serious? Talk about choosy. He just died. It feels almost as if this was preordained. Almost like his throat got chomped. Oh god. I think he would have sounded like not just cut off. You step foot inside the cottage, which is very dark, and glance around. Oh no. This looks like Hasun's horror game from last night. It is hard to see, given the lateness of the hour, but the cottage's interior is about as inspiring as its exterior. Thank you for all the bits, though. Appreciate it. Which is to say, not very. It is every bit as small and as cramped as you fancied when you observed it from the outside. There are a few cupboards which line the walls, a wood fire which has since been extinguished. I'm eating a bit of chips now, just to have some snackage. And a straw pallet on the floor which must function as a bed. Ow, I keep biting my tongue. Your search is unsuccessful, however, when it comes to trying to locate other humans. Cannot find another soul. Surely that is to your benefit, though. If nobody else lives here, then you might as well make yourself at home. Or as at home as one can be, I suppose, in a small cramped cottage such as this, with holes in the roof. Close the door behind you, then approach the straw pallet. All of a sudden, you feel incredibly weary. This would be the perfect time for CPR moans, huh? Aren't you the snack? That's why you keep biting yourself? That's a good one. The tiredness that assails your limbs is absolute, so intense it overcomes the last of your concerns. You settle down upon the straw pallet, yawning as you do. It is not comfortable, but being able to lie down eases some of your aches and pains. Oh, well, chat looks buggy. Like, it looks like a bug to me. Lying down, even on an uncomfortable makeshift bed such as this, is better than standing. It is far, far better than running. Okay, I'm gonna stop eating chips for now. I'll just eat it later when I'm done with this, because I don't want to keep, like, taking a pause to eat and read. I don't think I will do the village on stream, because I kind of want to like not be here for too long and start like chilling and actually going to make food. Your eyelids fall shut, your lashes melting together, and soothed by the sounds of the wind and the distant rolling of the waves, you fall asleep. Then you begin to dream. It is not uncommon, of course, to dream. The best and the worst of us do it, from queens in their castles to peasants sleeping in the straw. Why? Who is to say that all you have observed tonight has not, in a sense, been a dream of its own? Would that make your nighttime fancies, then, a dream inside a dream? Perhaps our dreams are empty, hollow things stacked inside one another like little wooden dolls. Is that not a whimsical thought? How very droll. Your dreams, however, cannot be called whimsical, and neither are they particularly droll. Plus, I still need to exercise. They are not pure fabrications, as dreams sometimes are, fleeting fancies which can never come to pass. Your dreams are of a rather more pernicious sort. In your dreams, you are at the conservatoire, with your red hair tied back into two prim pauper braids. You are walking through the courtyard, clutching your books to your chest as you make your way to the library. Your head is bowed, so as not to look at the faces of your passing classmates. Are you a bag of chips? Because you got me reaching for you all the time. Oh my god. The way I laugh at these stupid things. You do not want to meet their eyes. Hi Inu, how are you? Welcome in. These girls with their sensible braids and their sensible shoes are merciless. You hunch your shoulders together in this dream of yours so as not to draw their attention. But alas, it is not enough. You stumble, clumsy thing that you are, and you fall, and just like that, all eyes are upon you. Are you at 7-Eleven? Because you're open 24/7. Hey now, wait a minute. Wait a fucking minute. Excuse me? This is slander. They are staring at you. They are laughing at you. You lay there on the ground by the fountain, your book scattered and your skirt in a woeful state of disarray. Your knee hurts. Is it bleeding? You examine your injured leg, trying not to cry, and as this transpires, you hear a voice. One of your classmates is calling out to you. She has acknowledged you. You look up shyly, tears beating in your eyes, at a girl taller than you and prettier and much more refined. Spread your wings and come to mommy. Huh? She extends her hand towards you. Does she mean to help you? It cannot hurt to try, can it? I'm actually the opposite of a 24/7 open 7-Eleven. I'm like an abandoned warehouse. It cannot hurt to try, can it? Or whatever would be shut down and closed forever, kinda. So like abandoned. Hesitantly, you reach out to accept her offered aid. Her fingers curl around yours tightly, perhaps too tightly. Her nails dig into your skin. It hurts. Deftly, the girl pulls you to your feet. Your legs feel weak from your fall, and your knee is still aching, still bleeding. You stumble, feeling out of sorts, but you're not afforded much of an opportunity to gather your bearings. The girl's hands are on your shoulders. She is laughing at you. Then, she is pushing you. Are you a slice of pizza because you've got all the right toppings and I can't resist taking a bite? Oh my god, are you making these up right now? Oh, pizza sounds so good right now. The sound of the fountain and the running water which drums against its basin is all of a sudden very loud. I know Valentine's Day is tomorrow, but honestly, the past week has been great. So even though technically Valentine's Day is tomorrow, I feel like you guys have made my Valentine's Day very nice and fun already. It is overwhelming. You're so hungry. Why aren't you eating? It surrounds you. Then it engulfs you. It is cold as ice. You cannot breathe. The rushing of the water continues, echoing in your eardrums over and over, and then... No. You do not want to remember this. I can't write things on the top of my head. These are pre-made jokes I have. Oh, okay, I see. It is in the past, where the past ought to remain. You're never going to go back, not even in your dreams. It is this determination which forces you back into the world of waking with the start. God, that's so creepy looking. I don't like it. It's literally like Hasun's game last night. You gasp like a fish as you sit upright, your eyes unnaturally wide. Feel wearied from a lack of sleep, and with half-lidded eyes, you glance about. It is still dark inside your cottage, the sky visible from beyond the window splashed still with stars. How long were you asleep? You are not sure. Your dream was so very detailed. It really did feel that you had been transported into a different time, into a different place. When you inhale, you can taste rank. Foetid? Foetid? What the hell's that? Water in your mouth. Tentatively, you pat yourself down, your fingers trailing against the front of your uniform. Are you a cookie? Because I can't stop craving your sweetness, bro. Why don't you go eat instead of making jokes? So vivid was your dream, you half expect to find that your clothes are damp. Are you a parfait? Because you're layered with sweetness, I want to scoop you up. Bruh. I'd never play hide and seek with you because someone like you is impossible to find. Damn. Everybody's just whipping out pickup lines now. This is not the case, however. You are, in fact, perfectly dry. Yeah, have a good meal. I'm hungry too. So I can't wait to go eat more steak. Well, now what are you gonna do? Will you go back to sleep? That sounds like the best option available to you. You are very tired, but your senses feel too overwrought, all of a sudden, for sleep. You do not think you could bear it. On steady legs, you rise to your feet and stand by the window. You look out to the starry sky and to the pitted moon which hangs amongst them, and you frown. You can hear the wind outdoors, howling like an injured animal, and more softly the ebb and flow of the waves as they meet the cliffs. That is not all. What is that sound? Why? It is almost like singing. Voice is far away enough that you cannot pick out any individual words, nor even the individual syllables, but there is a haunting quality to it all. Singer, whoever they are, possesses quite the pretty voice, high and clear like a bell. What the fuck, Origin? The song is a melancholy one which stirs your heart. Curiosity takes root inside you, as it did during that fateful day you found that book in the library. Logically, you know you should not go outdoors to seek the source of that singing, but emotionally, that is another matter altogether. You really should have learnt your lesson by now. You should know better than to go sticking your nose into business which does not concern you. But naughty little girls such as you never do learn. I'm not an organ donor, but I'm ready to give you my heart. You cross the old fisherman's cottage as though in a dream, then reach for the handle of the door. The handle depresses easily enough beneath your resting fingers, and the door opens with a click. I like how Origin keeps saying BRB, I'ma eat. He's still here. How much? The rest of the world yawns before you, framed in the doorway, all of it bathed in moonlight. You thought it was cold inside the old cottage, but it is colder still now that the door is open. An unpleasant wind rushes forth to meet you, knifing mercilessly through the fabric of your uniform. You look across the cold and hospitable landscape, your fingers clenched into fists at your sides. Then you step out into the unknown. Oh yeah, what groceries did you get, yokai? You canvass the cliff face, led by nothing more than that luxurious singing. So haunting and ethereal is this voice, as it hangs on the breeze. It would be enough to send 1,000 ships off to war. You keep walking into the night until you reach the very edge of the cliffs, where they drop downwards into empty air. You ought not to go any further, but the voice has yet to cease. You can still hear it, echoing inside your head. Wants to try making food for you? Oh, I see. Does she not normally cook? It compels you to act. You look down at the shore, which seems like a dizzying distance away, then out to the ocean, which is breaking against the scattered rocks below. Your eyes narrow with determination. Then you take a step towards the cliff. These cliffs are steep and the rocks below them are sharp. You can see them glinting in the darkness, their tips jagged like the teeth of hungry predators. The cold wind blows, rocking your hair, and you shudder from it. Your shoes were not built for scaling cliffs, and your heels do not have much in the way of purchase, particularly not when the cliffs are so steep. Clinging to the cliffs is no small feat, yet you are determined to ease yourself down onto the shore, in one piece preferably. The wind is so powerful, it feels as though there is something deliberately malicious to it. Maybe that look that she does when she wants to try cooking something she just learned, not scared. Oh, I see. You wonder during your descent if it means to knock you off your perch on purpose, to cast you down to the rocks below. Well, if that is what it wants, then you refuse to give it a satisfaction. You bought some different yogurt bread, bought chicken and veggies. On other store there was eggs I was looking for, but no little my figure. Aww. You can be awfully stubborn at times, and now is one of them. You continue to climb. How long have you been at it now? Until at long last, your feet meet the shoreline below. You have made it, and you did not sustain too many injuries. Your palms are throbbing, yes, after gripping those rocks, and you might have a few cuts, but your wounds are of a shallow and superficial sort. Things could have been worse. You flex your fingers. They feel uncomfortably numb and cold alongside it. Your skin is prickling, but at least you can still feel discomfort. At least it is still attached to your bones, where it ought to be. Your vital organs concealed within the hollow cavity of your body. Either taste good or I'm dying. You have a lot to be thankful for. This night has, by and large, been quite successful. There are no longer any obstacles between you and the mysterious voice which lulled you outdoors. The narrator definitely thinks we're stupid and hates us. Or just wants to call us stupid. As many chances as they can. Now you must find them. You set off down the shore on the hunt of the singing voice which has captivated you so. You sidestep sharp, jagged rocks which jut out of the sand like teeth. The rocks which cannot be circumnavigated, meanwhile you clamber over. All the while, the sound of the sea mingles with that of the singing. It provides an ethereal, haunting backdrop to your exploration, one which further adds to the surreality of your moonlight stroll. The waves lap against the shore, then recedes shyly, pushed and pulled by the bleached white moon which hangs overhead. The oceans that you have seen in your library books were all blue as sapphires, but this ocean is different. It is so late at night, but it looks black instead. The undulating surface of the water reminds you of a mirror, though its depths are even deeper and much more mysterious. A sense of foreboding settles upon you, but you try to squash it. You will not let yourself be afraid. Oh. You round a corner, your feet unsteady. Oh my god!
I'm 30 months with this cutie. 3 Kisari comfy.
Thank you for the 30 months, girl. How are you doing? Oh, that's my beloved queen right there. Shout her out. We don't know when she will stream again, but follow her for the day she finally does. I'm here enjoying you, girl. I'm here enjoying you. What are you doing today, Yami? Are you chilling today? Sheesh. That's my girl. That's my queen. It's a mermaid. There's a woman sitting upon a rock out in the ocean. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I've been thinking about the Little Mermaid this whole time we've been here. Contemplating life and trying to get the bag. Oh my god, that's such a mood, girl. Did you eat today? Make sure to eat something. Eat something yummy. The woman's eyes are closed and her lips are parted, her expression soulful. Yeah, juice! Girl, you need some sustainable food. You need some solids. Remember your cooking streams? And I gave you like random ass like Japanese instructions? Oh my god, we need to do that again someday. That was so funny. She is singing. Her hair, which is fair, flutters around her face like a shroud, which adds to her otherworldly aura. Her eyes might be closed, but her lashes are long and luxuriant like a doll's. Dude, that was a very fun stream. Aw. Good night, yokai. Have a good sleep. Her lips, meanwhile, which are parted in song, are soft, like the freshly plucked petals of a flower. Her face is perfect, as are her proportions. That main character be gay, for real, for real. I bet there's a girl in every area. Her neck is tall and slender, like the stem of a flower. As for the lower half of her body, meanwhile, well, it is nothing like anything you have ever seen before. It is here and here alone that the woman betrays your narrow human definitions of beauty, for her legs are non-existent. Rather than 2 awkward appendages, this woman has, instead, the sleek, shimmering tail of a fish. Is she not, then, a human? She cannot be, not with a tail like that. This unusual sight makes you gasp, and quite audibly at that. You do not mean to be rude, but you cannot help yourself. Humans tend to react poorly to things they do not understand. At least you do not scream. That would be even ruder. Oh, he's so very right about that. Or, well, not he, but the narrator. Humans are most fearful of what they don't understand. Oh my. You meant to observe the mermaid from a distance, but it would appear that your shocked gasp was loud enough to attract her attention. She's gonna kill us! The fish-tailed vision sitting upon the rock is looking at you. Her gaze is so piercing, it feels almost as if she is looking through you. Your heart seems to stop inside your chest, as if by some manner of magical spell. You thought the mermaid pretty when you first observed her, sitting on that outcrop of rock, her face turned in profile. Now she's looking at you, however, you can see that you were mistaken. She's not just pretty, She is beautiful, so much so it is almost unnerving. Oh my god, this is the same thing you said about the princess. Oh god. She looks as though she has stepped out of the pages of a picture book. Oh my god, it's exactly the same thing. She is simply too perfect to belong to this world. Oh no, that means something bad's gonna happen. Perhaps she's some kind of vision, a waking dream, a hallucination. But no, she's none of those things. Her tail might be an impossible thing, but its scales look slick and wet regardless, like those of any fishes one might find at a market. These scales are iridescent and bathed beneath the light of the moon. They seem to almost glow. The sight of her rather takes your breath away. You look at the mermaid. She looks back at you. You prepare yourself, expecting some sort of altercation. But the surprise soon fades from the mermaid's face. Her lips, which once were pursed in a frown, now ship upwards. She is smiling. Then she says in a refined sort of a voice, My, it really is good to see a human again, particularly a human girl. I was beginning to fear that your kind had all disappeared, and I would no longer have anybody left to tell me of the world above the waters. My, this is quite the effusive greeting. The mermaid's introductory speech is positively brimming with excitement of a sweet, girlish variety. She is rather more amicable than the fine polish of her syllables would make one suggest. You might be a well-bred lady yourself, with an accent to match, but you cannot help but feel overwhelmed. Anxiously, you observe the mermaid, and you ask her what she means. What happened? As to that, I'm afraid I cannot say. I have been sitting on these rocks and singing for many, many nights, but nobody has come to see me. Oh god, she's lonely too. There have been no lovely humans for me to play with. Probably because you killed them all. I was beginning to wonder whether your kind had disappeared altogether. I feared some manner of calamity had occurred while I was slumbering beneath the water's surface, and your kind had been eradicated. You shudder, then reassure the mermaid to the contrary. You do not know about the humans that she used to speak with, but you, at least, have not been eradicated. I feel like this game is gonna be very long. Well, I mean, the first castle one was like about 2 hours. You're still here, so each one is probably like 1 or 2 hours. Yes, well, I can see that, the mermaid answers with a slight laugh. It really is a relief. My fellow merpeople who live beneath the water told me not to worry so, but I could not help myself. I've always been fond of you humans. It was rather sobering, sitting here night after night, all on my own. It gets so lonely here. Oh boy, here we go again, name drop. Now that is an interesting turn of phrase. It catches inside your head like a burr. Have you heard it before? So, dear human, did you say that you are unfamiliar with these parts? Hesitantly, you examine the mermaid. Thoughtless though you might be, at times you are not so very self-centered that you cannot detect a note of longing in the mermaid's voice. It is evident as she looks at you that she is hoping for a particular answer to her query. This answer, alas, is not one that you can furnish her with. You do not want to lie to her. It is after some hesitation, therefore, that you affirm your earlier words, though this time you embellish them. You tell a mermaid that you are a traveler from a far-off land, one which is very dissimilar to this one. It is not a complete fabrication. Tell her that you have only just arrived by this shore and you are unfamiliar, both with your immediate surroundings and those further afield. If there is a village nearby, then you have never set foot in it. You do not know what this village is like, nor how many inhabitants it boasts. You do not know if a calamity, as the mermaid grimly supposed, has struck this land. What if she fears all the humans within the immediate vicinity have been laid low by some mysterious malady? Then she needn't worry overly on that score. I'm trying to speedrun and I'm like, ah! You're still alive, are you not, you wonder, enough to satiate her curiosity with the human realm? Yes, that is true. You are here. I am grateful, naturally, for your company, although... Wistfully, the mermaid sighs. I was rather hoping you might be able to bring me some news of the nearby village and of its inhabitants. This makes you wonder, was there a particular person from this village she was close to? So, you were able to work that much out? The mermaid answers with a small smile. You are an intelligent one, aren't you? Your past professors would beg to differ on that score. You were always awful when it came to academics, mathematics in particular. Oh my god, it really is me. You can never get your head around all of the numbers. Your stern, stony-faced math professor used to despair in you. But she's not here. None of them are here. It is just you now and the mermaid, and she does not need to know about your dismal academic record. You allow yourself a small smile, touched by her compliment, and tell her that it was nothing more than a lucky guess. For a guess, it was remarkably accurate. You were quite right. I did have a close friend from the nearby village. She was very dear to me. Internally, you congratulate yourself on this piece of detective work. How very clever you are. I can't speak properly anymore. Not that I ever could, but still. There are many humans in the world. Of that I know. The humans who spoke with me, however, was special. She was my human. You do not fail to catch the possessive note in the mermaid's voice. And I cherished her dearly. Oh my god, everybody's in a yandere. She would come to me on my rock late at night when she was finished with her chores and we would talk. I mean, it is a yandere Yuri novel, and at this point, I think every path is gonna be ending up the same one way or another. I asked her a good number of questions about the human realm and about her customs. I fear my endless inquiries must have been rather tedious, but she was always happy to indulge me. She never once scorned me for my ignorance, and neither did she make me feel like a fool. She always made time for me, no matter how many demands she had on her time. She was a farmer's daughter, and she was awfully busy from dawn until dusk, threshing hay and taking the animals out to pasture. She told me of her work, and I marveled at her. Slender though she was, she possessed a truly tremendous amount of strength. I, who have lived in the ocean all of my life, cannot countenance working as hard as she did, but she bore her burdens without complaining. Oh shit. Scared me. She was not the prettiest human who has walked the earth, but that mattered not to me. Her conversation was engaging, and I knew through our continued encounters that she meant no ill will. She did not have even a single drop of malice in her heart. Wistful manner in which the mermaid speaks of her friend makes you feel, for a few brief moments, a flicker of some ugly, primordial emotion. Could it be jealousy? It is painful, isn't it, to hear others wax poetic about those they hold dear, particularly when you yourself have never been regarded in so intimate a manner. You have for many, many years been woefully alone, but you are not alone now. You are with the mermaid, and she is with you. And though she might prefer to be in the company of an industrious farmhand, the farmhand is not here. Where did she go? Oh, if only I knew. She quite simply disappeared one day, almost as if she had been whisked away by a wicked spirit. That seems like quite the anticlimactic ending for such a close relationship. Did the farmhand not tell her companion beforehand that she might one day disappear? No, she did not. Nothing of the sort happened. It was all very sudden. So you asked, feeling affronted upon the mermaid's behalf, did she not give you any warning? Not a single one. And when, you asked, did she disappear? I do not know, in truth. Time is a strange concept to beings such as myself, particularly as it seems to ebb and flow differently both above and below the surface. You humans have a strange compulsion to pin down and to place labels upon everything. You have names for your seasons, and for your months, and even for your days of the week. It is all very precise. We merfolk, however, do not bother with such affairs, perhaps because we live for so much longer than you humans do. We have no need to obsessively document our days, not when we have so many of them at our disposal. This curious remark catches your attention. How long exactly do mermaids live for? Mermaid does not look much older than you do, but you cannot help but wonder. My, nosy, aren't we? The mermaid asks, and she laughs, a soft tinkling sound like that of a bell, which makes you blush. Were you being nosy? Perhaps you were. You have always had a thirst for knowledge, not of the dry, dusty, academic variety, but of stories peopled with strange persons. Literature was the only subject you were ever any good at. Again, it is hard for me to quantify, but to put it in terms a human like you can understand, I suppose we mermaids can live for centuries. Centuries? That is quite a surprise, but perhaps it shouldn't be. You have been subjected to any number of surprises tonight. What is one more to add to the pile? I have not been waiting quite that long, however, for my friend to return to me. I think it has been but a few seasons. It might not sound like much, but never before have I been so aware of the passage of time. I have experienced any number of wants during my life, but I have never wanted anything quite as badly as I want to see her. I wish she would sit with me, and she would talk to me just one more time. But perhaps I am asking for an impossibility. I have been waiting for long enough now to presume that she will not be returning to me. I fear that something must have happened to her or to her family. Or perhaps to her whole village. You can hear the worried throbbing in the mermaid's voice, so potent that for a few moments you swear you can feel the depths of her sorrow within your own breast. Her sadness over this human girl is a deep, dark thing, almost fathomless. You cannot let yourself indulge in it for too long. Otherwise, you fear you might drown in it. Ruefully, you tell the mermaid once more that you cannot help her. You are only a traveler after all. What do you know of a single, insignificant farmhand in a nearby village? Yes, I thought you might say that. It is quite unfortunate, but it is well. I ought not to reflect upon all that I am missing. That would be churlish of me, and it would not be fair to you either. You did not approach me, I am sure, with the hope of hearing about all of my woes. I should be grateful instead for all it is that I do have. I still have my long, long life, which stretches before me like a golden cord. And of course, I have you now. Does she? Do I not? I ought to go soon, before my absence is noticed, but will you not come and visit me again tomorrow night? I think I would like that. I have always enjoyed speaking to humans. You make me feel less alone. You cannot help but feel, as the mermaid observes you with those enchanting eyes of hers, that she does not truly wish to speak with you for your sake. She wants to use you, instead, as a substitute for the farmhand that she has been missing so very ardently. The thought stings, though you really ought to be used to it. Still, to be held in lower esteem than a farmhand of all things, it makes your self-esteem sing. You try not to let the mermaid notice this, though. The woes of your past are not her fault, much as the woes of her past are not yours. It is silly in any case to be jealous of a girl who might very well be dead. That is what you tell yourself. It is the only way to prop up your bruised sense of self-worth. You would, you tell the mermaid after a pause, like to see her again. You would like that very much. Oh, thank you! I have been feeling very gloomy for quite some time, but seeing you has invigorated me. Finally, it feels as though I can smile again. Did she not smile, you wonder, after her friend disappeared? I did not know. I did not have the heart. Without her, the world seemed very dull and drab. Your company has cheered me immensely. This is why I like humans so much. You are not callous and unfeeling, like the merfolk who live beneath the water's surface. You are much kinder than they are. Oh, if only she knew. If the mermaid was aware, I wonder of how petty you are and how jealous she still care for you. Well, that is neither here nor there. You agree to meet with the mermaid come sundown the following night, then make your slow stumbling way back up the cliffs, then to the cottage you have purloined as your own. Once indoors, you settle down upon your pallet, and then you close your eyes. The sighing of the wind outside and the distant roiling of the waves against the rocks do not disturb you. You feel, after your midnight encounter of a marish kind, quite at ease, perhaps prematurely so. What happened to the icy fear which prompted your frantic flight through the forest? Where has all that gone? Do you not think you are being a bit complacent? No? Oh well. You will. The following morning, when it arrives, is cloudy and overcast. It is not a particularly pleasant morning, but at least it is not raining. That is some small consolation. You rise from your straw pallet, stretching, then glance about the interior of the fisherman's cottage. It looked dilapidated last night, when much of it was obscured by the shadows, but it looks even more so when subjected to the morning's light. The cottage's interior has a distinct, disquieting appearance of having been abandoned in a hurry. There is broken pottery strewn upon the ground, and the singular wooden chair, which once must have stood by the singular wooden table, is lying on the floor. The doors of the cupboards, meanwhile, are ajar, the shelves within depressingly bare. A quick search reveals a handful of edibles, but there is precious little to be getting on with. If you wish to live here comfortably, you will have to look into foraging. You ate very little last night, and your stomach is empty. It was the malcontented rumblings of your stomach, in actual fact, which roused you from your slumber. But your body seems to be very far away indeed, much like the gray clouds which choke the sky. You are not thinking of your own physical discomforts. You are dwelling, instead, upon the events of the night prior. You cannot help but think of the mermaid. Did you truly meet an aquatic maiden last night during your nightly stroll when you could not sleep? It sounds unreal, especially now that the sun has risen and the shadows from the night prior have dispersed. You cannot quite believe it. It must have been a dream. But why then can you recall it so very clearly? You help yourself to the scant food and drink available to you, all the while thinking of your next course of action. Now, what are you going to do? You plan, of course, to return to the shore come nightfall, so that you might once again see the mermaid, but the night will not arrive for quite some time. You need to find some means of keeping yourself occupied until then. The uninspiring interior of the cottage does not furnish you with any particular ideas, so you decide to go for a walk. Your soul still aches after your exertions last night, but if you go slowly, you ought to be alright. That is what you hope, at least. You do not want to spend much longer than you have to in the fisherman's cottage, no matter how cold it might be outdoors. It's almost as cold inside as it is out, and in any case, the cottage is far too small. You leave the cottage behind you and set off. You do not know where exactly you are going, but you suppose it does not matter overly much. do not have any particular destination in mind. Your meanderings lead you to cliffs, which are steep and sharp. The drop to the shore is a perilous one, so much so that you have to wonder at how you were able to descend the cliffs the night prior to meet the mermaid. You're rather more determined than you ever realized, though I of course could have told you that much. You are surprisingly capricious for such a small, slender human. You walk along the side of the cliffs, keeping a sensible distance away from the drop to the shore. You might have survived last night's excitement and scathed, but you do not fancy trying your luck. It would be so like you, really, to avoid a drop to your death in the darkness, only to stumble during the morning's light and take an irreversible tumble. Your fortunes have never been the fairest. Your meanderings along the cliff reveal to you all manner of curious flora. You thought the night prior that the cliffs were weather blasted, but you can see now that your assumptions were incorrect. There are flowers here, very warm and bright, like the sun's light during the summertime. Or you think, with a flush of pleasure, the fair hair of the mermaid, whom you are certain you spoke to last night. These flowers are so very like her hair, it is uncanny. You step towards the flowers, drawn towards them, and sink down to your knees. The tall grass brushes your ankles like a caress, the morning's dew wetting your skirt. Your clothes are getting damp, as are your legs, but you care not for this minor discomfort. You have just had an idea. Why not make a gift for your new friend? You are sure that she would appreciate it. Why would she not? She told you in a voice which was steeped with dolour that she had been feeling lonely. You want to see her again, and when you next see her, you would like to make her smile. It is with this thought in mind that you begin to pick the flowers which are growing upon the cliffside. These flowers do not have any thorns, and their delicate stems snap easily enough between your fingers. Take care when plucking these flowers to leave a substantial amount of stem intact. You will need these stems so that you might twine the flowers together. You mean to make for your mermaid a diadem? Something she will be able to wear in her hair. This tiara is certain to suit her. She is so pretty, anything would suit her. Continue to work, slow and steadfast, as the weak sun shines. It takes time, but you are eventually able to fashion something you are satisfied with. You only hope the mermaid will feel similarly, if indeed she really does exist. Carefully you pocket your makeshift diadem, then decide to forage for some food. You discover during your search some fruit trees whose sweet burdens are enough to fortify your spirits. For the present, at least. It is fortunate really that you are so excited about your moonlight rendezvous with the mermaid. If you were less focused upon the future and dwelt more in the immediate present, you might have more of an appetite. Booba swipe. The emptiness in your stomach assuaged, you return to the cottage, whereat you mean to wait for the setting of the sun. There is very little to do, you soon discover, in the cottage, other than checking the cupboards and sweeping the floor. Occupations which both feel depressingly pointless. There are no books to read either, with which you might pass your idle hours. You do, however, busy yourself with trying to light a fire, so that you might ward off the cold. The time is horribly slow in passing, in part because you have precious little to do, but also because you cannot stop thinking of the mermaid. Will she really return to the shore, as she says she would? Can you truly trust her? The art is really beautiful, yeah. Oh, you hope that you can, and it's a free game. If she were not present at your designated meeting place, you think you would die from disappointment. The seconds continue to trickle by, unchecked by any hourglass, and as they do, the sun sinks beneath the horizon. Part of you worries, however, that it might still be too early to search for the mermaid. Will she be there yet? You sit there, your stomach tied up in anxious knots, and as you listen to the wind which buffets your windows, you hear it. The sound is faint, but you recall it well from the night before. There is a single solitary voice outdoors, tempest-tossed amidst the roiling waves. The voice is a high, clear one, silvery, if indeed voices can have colors, like a finely polished dinner plate in a noble woman's home. The voice belongs, of course, to the mermaid. Who else do you know with a voice as angelic as that? It's Ariel! Relief begins to bubble up inside you, a relief so potent you feel dizzy from it. She did not abandon you after all. Why, you wonder, did you ever think she would? She said that she wanted to see you. Did you think that a mere nicety? Buoyed, as if by a gentle breeze, you hurry to the door. With trembling fingers, they are trembling, I presume, from excitement rather than fear, you seize the handle to turn it. Then you step out into the dark, inky night. You walk towards the cliffs, as you did the night prior, beneath the cover of the inky blue sky. The wind moaning fitfully with every step you take. Your soul still aches from your expedition the day prior. but you are able to ignore this discomfort. It seems irrelevant really when compared to the prospect of once again meeting the mermaid. You have known her for only one night, yet she has come to mean more to you than your own well-being. You would do anything for the mermaid if she asked it. Well, almost anything. You hurry down the sharp incline of the cliffs to the shore, almost stumbling in your scuffed brown shoes, which really were not built with rock climbing in mind. So frantic are you in your attempts to once again make the mermaid's acquaintance, you very nearly fall. It's a good thing that you still have enough sense about you to regain your footing. Otherwise, this tale would come to a premature ending. Eventually, you make your way onto the shore, then approach the jagged outcrop of rock where you last saw the mermaid. Like the night prior, the mermaid is perched upon these rocks, her fair hair strewn about her shoulders. When she sees you from across the shore, she ceases her singing and her eyes light up. Go to eat and go bed. Alright, take care, Origin. Have a good meal and have a good sleep. So you return to me, my hero, the mermaid says, and then lightly she giggles. Or perhaps I should say heroine? Her praise makes you blush. You do not feel worthy of it. Nobody has ever called you a heroine before. You do not even think of yourself as a heroine. If a story were made about you, you rather think that you would be a supporting character, one without her own voice. Stay scheming. You are not interesting enough. The mermaid seems to think that you are, though. She is staring at you delightedly, as though you were the one person in the world she most wishes to speak to. The thought makes you tremble, but not as much as the mermaid's gaze. You tell the mermaid that you do not think you are so very brave, but she dismisses your awkward remark with a laugh. I think you are. I saw the way you scaled those cliffs. I thought that was very heroic. Oh, so she saw that, did she? Then, did she see how you slipped down the cliffs, grazing your palms in the process, and how you very nearly fell? You have never been the most graceful of girls, but to have your failings exposed before a being as poised and as perfect as the mermaid? It stings a little bit. More, in fact, than the resultant grazes on your palms your clumsiness wrought you. You tell the mermaid that there was nothing so very heroic about all of that. You were simply excited, that is all, to see her again. You weren't thinking, well, that makes two of us. I was excited to see you again. She was? Naturally. I had a very good time speaking to you last night. I had hoped that we might resume our correspondence. That is why I came to the rocks a bit earlier than usual. I was waiting for you. Did you hear my song? Yes, you replied with a nod of your head. You heard it, all the way in the abandoned cottage. It called out to you. That was the general idea. I was singing for you. She was? You do not think that you are worthy of the mermaid's song, but if she does not mind dedicating her voice to you, then... Well, who else would I dedicate my voice to? There is nobody else to hear me. That is a good point, you suppose. Shyly, you look back at the mermaid. You thank her for her song. It was very beautiful. Then tell her, before you can lose your nerve, that you have prepared a present for her too. Oh? Have you really? You have. It is a small thing, nothing more than a silly trinket, but if it would not be too much of an imposition then, with clumsy fingers you reach into your pocket. For a few moments, you fret that your near fall down the cliff might have damaged a delicate chain nestled within, but your worries are in vain. The chain is surprisingly sturdy, given it was made with only a few flowers, and it has held firm against odds. You handle the chain with great care all the same, however, as you hold it out, presenting it for the mermaid's approbation. It was for the mermaid that you fashioned this chain. You thought that it would look nice nestled in her hair. You were pleased with the chain when first you made it, but after looking at the mermaid you have begun to reconsider. The mermaid's beauty is otherworldly, so much so it almost hurts to look at her. Your flower crown, by comparison, seems a very meager offering indeed. The longer you hold your gift out, the more unworthy it feels. You have half a mind, as the seconds elapse, to snatch your silly, wholly unworthy gift back from the mermaid before she can judge you too harshly. But the mermaid's lips curve upwards into a smile, and in a voice so full of gratitude it makes your heart throb. She says, "Oh my! Did you make this for me?" "Well, yes," you reply, still feeling a little flustered. "You saw these flowers earlier when you went for a walk, and they made you think of her." Not, you hasten to add, that you think her beauty is comparable to these flowers. They are far inferior when contrasted with her good looks. You simply thought. You were unable to get the rest of the sentence out, however, because the mermaid interrupts you. Not rudely, but with something resembling compassion. Perhaps she pities you. She must be able to hear how your voice is trembling. Can she also see the way your hands tremor? Oh dear. Faint heart never won the hand of a fair maiden, you know. What happened to all your confidence? I think that your gift is a wonderful one. I did not all expect it, but it really is pretty. You look at your feet, too shy to meet the mermaid's gaze. Then you say very quietly that you are glad that she thinks so, but she does not need to spare your ego. You have precious little of it left as it is. The mermaid seems touched by your shyness. Perhaps she likes her prey to be self-conscious because she smiles. Her prey? I am not simply saying these things to spare your ego. I am not like that. Humans might spout platitudes as easily as they breathe air, but I do not compliment others unless I truly mean it. Is that not the point of speech? To have an honest dialogue with one another? If one party in a conversation is withholding their true intentions, then conversation is impossible. Playing games is a waste of my time, particularly given my time above the surface is so very limited. Oh. You blush at this more deeply still and survey the mermaid beneath the full fringe of your eyelashes. Then, she really does like it? Did I not just say that? You humans are so very funny. What with all of your second guessing? She was like that too in the beginning. She? My friend. The mermaid's answer is a simple one, but it makes your stomach clench regardless. Ah, yes, her friend. How could you have forgotten about her? She used to make me gifts too, you know. Gifts like this one. She would pick flowers on the cliffs over there where I cannot tread. The mermaid gestures with one hand to the cliffs which tower above the shore, tall and imposing, as though to stab the sky above. And she would fashion them into crowns like this one and bracelets. I was appreciative of her tokens, though she was similarly shy when she first presented them to me. She did not seem to think very much of her handiwork. You and her are remarkably similar, really. There's no guile in the mermaid's voice, but her words have rather taken the wind out of your sails. Of course, the cowherd gave the mermaid gifts. Cowherd. Why would she not? The mermaid is beautiful. She is so very beautiful, like a tutelary goddess. She seems to invite tribute simply by existing. Were you more religious or more irreligious, maybe? You might even consider worshipping her. Though in essence, is that not what you were doing with your flower crown? How silly of you to think that your idea was an original one. I might be accustomed to gifts, but it has been a very long time since any human has bequeathed me with anything. This is a pleasant surprise. I am truly thankful for your kindness, dear one. The mermaid leans forward on her rocks, so as to pluck the circlet from your fingers. Her benevolent smile all the while is unwavering. And now that I look at your gift more closely, I rather think it is of a superior quality to the gifts my old friend once gave me. Now, this is enough to make you start. If the touch of the mermaid's fingers upon your own was not. Hi, Zach. How you doing? Could your silly gift really be better than those she once accepted? I think so. My friend's trinkets were all rather clumsy in execution, though I cherished them nonetheless. They were very precious to me. They did not last for very long, though. Not when I took them with me to my home beneath the ocean. The waters soon rend the fragile links between the flower stems asunder. You just woke up for water? You going back to sleep? Your diadem, however, seems more sturdy, but it is, by the same token, very delicate. You must be very good with your hands. You think back briefly on your disastrous sewing lessons in the past, of your numerous failed attempts to thread your needle, while the other girls giggled at you and you blush. You think the mermaid's praise might be a touch too effusive. Alright, well, I hope you have a good sleep again. You tell the mermaid as much, but she only laughs. I too am good with my hands? I hope so. Yeah, I saw what you're cooking. I believe it. I do not think so. Now! The mermaid places your floral trinket upon her head over her long fair hair, then surveys you in a manner which seems almost coquettish. What do you think? You think that the mermaid looks radiant, though that is less because of your gift and more because of her natural looks. You tell the mermaid this, though not in terms quite this glowing, and she giggles. You are selling yourself too short. I think your gift is lovely, really. The flowers rather match my hair. Yes, you answer with a nod of your head. That is why you picked those flowers. She is all you have been able to think of. I am glad that you have been thinking of me. I, in truth, have been thinking of you, though I did not wish to say as much. No? No, it would be embarrassing to confess to how much I have been looking forward to our reunion if you did not feel similarly. Gotta be able to swap tabs quick when drawing beautifully penised women so my nephews don't see. Yeah. Be careful about that. Very careful. I do not care to pine for humans from afar. But if you care for me as I do you, then it makes me feel less alone. You hasten to assure the mermaid, your face aflame. Do you ever stop blushing? Goodness gracious. That you do care for her, very much so. You have not known her for very long, but she has certainly made an impression upon you. She is such an easy conversationalist, the time simply slips by when you are together. And it does not hurt, of course, that she is so pretty. I have heard it, yes, that my looks are rather appealing. My old friend was similarly complimentary. I cannot blame you humans for being so taken with me when my form is so very graceful. Your legs seem rather cumbersome in comparison to my smooth, sleek tail. It must be so very depressing to lumber about on land as you do, living your days beneath the harsh sun and the cool, unfeeling moon. Sometimes I rather think I pity you. But the surface is a good deal brighter than it is beneath the ocean. I will grant you that much. You agree with the mermaid still feeling flushed that there are some perks to having legs, an agreement which makes the mermaid giggle. I am certain that there are, though you cannot explore the ocean's depths as I can. I presume you have never tried it? You shake your head, no. You had never thought to do so, largely because you have never been so close to the sea before, not in all of your life. You did not have much opportunity for nautical exploration in the past. You were not allowed to go anywhere then, save to the local church. It was quite a lonely existence. Well now, that is a pity. You were kind enough to give me a gift, fashioned from flowers which grow where I cannot reach them, so perhaps I ought to return the favor. The favor? Yes, that is right. It would seem only fitting that I give to you something which can only be found in the ocean's depths. Perhaps we could look at it as a form of cultural exchange. Don't mermaids love to drown people? Yeah, kinda. The evil ones. Oh no, you protest, your eyes wide. You couldn't possibly put such a burden upon her. You did not give her a gift after all, because you wanted to receive anything in return, other than her friendship, that is. Conversation is more than enough to satisfy you. You do not need any physical presence on top of that. The mermaid does not seem convinced, however, by your naysaying. She raises one eyebrow. Even this gesture is performed elegantly, then says, if my company is all it takes to satisfy you, then you are easy to please indeed. But please do not rebuff me. I am offering because I wish to do this. Remember what I said. I do not say things for the sake of it. Well, you murmur if she really doesn't mind. Of course I do not mind. Now wait there. I will not be very long. It would be rude to abandon my new friend in the midst of a conversation. The mermaid turns her attention toward the clear mirror-like water which simmers beneath the moonlight. Then she dives. Her body arches elegantly through the air, her long slender limbs cleaving through the surface of the water with nary a ripple. The mermaid's face is first submerged, then her torso, and at long last her tail. The water rushes forth to envelop her as though it had been waiting for her. It subsumes her. It swallows her. Then she disappears from view. The mermaid is gone, but you are still there. Well, now what are you going to do? There is nothing that can be done, you suppose, save waiting. You stand there for several moments, watching the black water lap against the shore. The breeze howls mournfully like a wounded animal, as it buffets your hair about your face and your torn skirt around your legs. Time elapses, but how much of it? While you stand there fretfully, feeling as ostentatious as a maypole. When will the mermaid return? Will she ever return? You are starting to worry. Is that all you do? When? Look, over there, by the rocks upon which the mermaid once sat, the water is rippling. It looks as though your new friend has returned. The mermaid pulls herself onto the rocks, using a surprising amount of upper body strength, and smiles at you. I apologize for the wait. I hope I did not make you worry. You were worrying, but you are not half so honest as the mermaid. Mermaids might be spoken of as devious tricksters who lure sailors to their deaths, but they are, in actuality, very sincere. They are much more sincere than most humans. Perhaps that is why your kind fears them so. There are few creatures who inhabit this world whose capacity for lying is greater than your own. You tell the mermaid that you were not worrying, and she answers with a wry smile. I am not so sure about that. Ah, the mermaid is wilier than you are giving her credit for. She has seen straight through you. But no matter, it took me some time, but I was finally able to retrieve for you a gift. I do not have the means to turn this into a pretty piece of jewelry, as you did with the flowers, but I wish to give it to you nonetheless. I do hope that you like it. The mermaid leans forward, then holds her gift out towards you. Her slender fingers unfurl about it, like the petals of a flower being folded back, and... oh, what a pretty gift it is! The ocean might be dark and deep, cold and unfeeling, but the same cannot be said for the object which glitters upon the mermaid's palm. She has fished from the depths of the water a beautiful shell, one which shimmers prismatic colors beneath the moon's light, much like the scales on her tail. The shell is so very pretty, it quite takes your breath away. You look at the shell worriedly, your teeth biting down your lower lip. That is a bad habit, you know, you'll make yourself bleed. Then ask the mermaid if this is really alright. I like how the narrator is always like reprimanding us. Would a gift like this not be wasted on you? Of course not. I want you to have this shell because it makes me think of you. It does? How so? I thought it should be obvious. The shell is a lovely find. As are you. Oh. Did she just call you lovely? Surely you must have misheard her. You can scarcely believe it. It is an awful lot for you to take in, but... Now, why are you gawping at me like that? The wind will change, you know, and then your face will be stuck like that, which would be quite the shame. You would waste your good looks, which for maidens such as yourself would be nothing short of a tragedy. It seems as though the mermaid really does think you are pretty after all. The mermaid with her smooth skin and her fair hair. You can scarcely believe it. There is something almost laughable about the mermaid's compliments. How could she call you pretty when her looks are so immediately obviously superior? Tongue-tied, you look at your feet. You do not know how to reply to the mermaid. You have half a mind to refute her words, to tell her that you are not that pretty, not really, but you fear that might look rude. You do not want to rebuff the mermaid's well wishes. There is nothing for it, then, but to take the shell which the mermaid retrieved from the ocean's depths for you. You do not think that you are worthy of it, but neither do you want to refuse it. Now that is a surprise, the mermaid says, amused, as you reach for the shell. I did not think you would be bold enough to take it, not without more coaxing on my part. You have exceeded my expectations. What a good girl you are. Your heart flutters with this praise, and it flutters all the more when your trembling fingers brush against the mermaid's palm. She presses the shell into your skin, and your own fingers tighten about it. The shell is sharp and pointed, and it digs uncomfortably into your skin. It hurts. There's pleasure in the pain. This too feels like a gift from the mermaid. You do not want to spurn it. Even pain can be a precious thing when dealt by one whom you care for. You never knew that before. You hold the shell to your heart, which is beating an irregular rhythm, and look at the mermaid. Then very softly you thank her. It is quite alright. It seems only fair after you shared part of your world with me. I wish to share part of my world with you too. Humans cannot normally descend beneath the ocean's depths, and even if they do, they cannot remain there for very long. You are far too fragile. Would that I would bring you with me to my underwater kingdom where we might be together. The mermaid's melodic voice trails away, suffused with something resembling melancholia. She sighs. Then she shakes her head and smiles. But this will have to do for the present. Please take good care of that shell. Look at it from time to time and think of me. That would make me very happy indeed. The days pass following this nightly encounter with your aquatic acquaintance when almost intolerable slowness. You endure the hours of sunlight as best as you can by going for long, bracing walks amidst the heather, foraging for berries and fruits among the hedgerows. You, even when you have mustered up enough courage, take an old fishing line uncovered in the fisherman's cottage and try your luck by the shore. Your initial attempts at angling are without success, but as the time passes, your proficiency in the art grows. Sometime after you take up your rod, you find you are able to catch the odd fish here and there. Small, scrawny things mostly, but the meat goes a ways to bolstering your rudimentary diet. You teach yourself how to remove the scales of these saltwater fish that you have captured and how to gut them. You learn, too, how to cook them over a simple fire. Sometimes you skewer these fish of yours on spikes and roast them slowly, innards and all. You are able to sustain yourself well enough during the day, though the faint pangs of hunger you experience never quite go away. Your physical discomfort, however, is secondary when compared to your desire to visit the mermaid. Your days might be dull and drab, but your nights comparatively are made of magic. It is only during the night that the mermaid emerges from beneath the waves, and when she does, you hurry to her side. You have never before had anybody who took so great an interest in you, Not until you met the mermaid. That is why she has grown to mean so very much to you. She is the very first friend you have ever had. But if you do not temper your obsession accordingly, I fear she may very well be your last. You care little for the potential danger, however, which lurks beneath your interactions with the mermaid. You want only to show the mermaid how much that you value her, and you hope within time that she will come to value you too. If you keep seeing her, surely she will stop thinking of her human friend whom she lost so suddenly. That is your plan, at least. Fortunately, your self-serving wish to grow closer to the mermaid seems close to being granted. Your nightly conversations when you greet her come easily enough, the words tumbling from your mouth like thread. You have grown rather comfortable in the mermaid's company, and she yours. She must have, for it is not long after that you bequeathed her your diadem of flowers to the mermaid that she looks at you, then posits a curious question. I was wondering, dear one, whether you would mind indulging me. I know this might not seem like an appealing proposition, but I thought it would be remiss of me not to ask. I have seen some of your world, for I have sat on the shore for many nights hence, but you have seen nothing of mine. It seems unfair that I should know some of the world that you inhabit, while you know so little of my own. Oh no. So, would you care to come with me beneath the ocean's waves? There is much that I wish to show you, sights that cannot, I fear, be accurately represented in language alone. Words can be awfully stifling when it comes to the communication of experiences such as this. It is quite the florid speech, but at the heart of it beats a simple enough request. The mermaid wishes to bring you beneath the ocean's surface so that she might show you her home. You are flattered initially that the mermaid wishes to show you something so personal. But after this flutter of flattery, there comes an uncomfortable sense of unease. The mermaid might feel at home beneath the water's surface, but what of you? You are a human girl with two awkward, ungainly legs, and you were not made to live under the sea. You frown and mistrustfully you look at the ocean. It is late at night, as it always is when you speak to the mermaid, and the water does not look blue. It appears instead to be obsidian. The waves moan as they break against the rocks, which jut out of the shore like a mighty dragon's bones. They sound angry, violent almost. Salty sea spray arcs through the air, caught in the moonlight. It shimmers sharp as knives. Hesitantly, you take a step back. You are a little afraid of the sea. It is so restless, so deep, and so all-consuming. It reminds you of a hungry monster. You have never submerged yourself beneath the ocean before. You never had the opportunity. You do not even know how to swim. You are fearful for your own safety should you consent to dive beneath the undulating meniscus of the water, but do not look so frightened, dear one. I will be with you, and I will not let you go. You have my word. Shyly, you glance at the mermaid. She is still perched upon her rock, her hands folded neatly upon her. Well, she does not have a lap, not really. You are still afraid, but the mermaid's reassurance does help. Has she not told you numerous times that she is nothing if not honest? Trust her not to break her word. She will not leave you beneath the waves, abandoning you to a cruel, lonely fate, to become the food of so many fish. Of that you are certain. That is why, despite all of your misgivings, you find yourself nodding your head. If that is what she wants, then you will accompany her. You are interested too in what lies beneath the ocean's surface, out of sight. Oh, I knew that you would agree. Thank you very much for humoring me. I will endeavor to make these next few moments the most memorable you have ever experienced. Now, would you care to come with me? I shall be your guide. The ocean's depths might be dark, but I will not let you get away from me, I promise. The mermaid extends her hand towards you, a hand which seems to cut through the moonlight just like a blade. The moon's celestial rays play against the mermaid's upturned palm so that it shimmers. The mermaid's hair, too, is glowing, backlit by Celine's glow, so that she almost looks like an angel. Her beauty is such that, for a few moments, you cannot do anything. Neither step towards her nor back away. You feel frozen in place, rooted into the sand, like some shore-growing tree. You still do not understand why the mermaid has taken such an interest in you, but an old adage does occur to you. You ought not to look a gift horse in the mouth, or ignore the pleas of a graceful, dignified mermaid. You reach out, your arm shaking like the skinny bough of an ancient tree, and find the mermaid's hand with your own. The mermaid's fingers curl up about your own, her nails, only now you notice how sharp they are, digging into your skin. Though the mermaid herself looks very soft, her grip is surprisingly strong. Do not think if she willed it, you would be able to get away from her. But why would you want to? She does not mean you any harm. Now, let us be on our way. There is much to see in my underwater kingdom. I cannot wait to show it to you. The mermaid turns towards the ocean, as do you. A brief moment passes, wondering which you allow yourself to stand there, your hand claimed by the mermaid's as the wind buffets your hair and your skirts. You inhale deeply. The smell of the salt is heavy in the back of your nostrils, so much so you could choke on it. It is not a particularly pleasant smell, but you have grown accustomed to it after living in your tumble-down cottage by the shore. It is nostalgic, almost. You have a vague feeling as you stand on the precipice between your world and that of your aquatic companions that you might never again be able to smell the salt in the air like this. That is just a silly supposition, though. You're being foolish. The mermaid will return you back to the surface in due course, will she not? You hope that she will. You, unlike her, cannot breathe underwater. You open your mouth, meaning to ask the mermaid about this fact, but you are not afforded the opportunity to speak. The mermaid has already shifted, her fingers still twined about yours. She dives forward, her body slicing through the surface of the water like a knife, and you inexorably are dragged along with her. Water rushes forward to meet you in a sudden shocking rush. The mermaid's descent might be graceful, but yours is anything but. You do not know how to position your legs, and your limbs feel awfully ungainly. The shock of the water as it touches your skin, meanwhile, is intense. You did not think that the water would be this cold. No, it is not just cold, it is freezing. It feels as though all the warmth has been sapped out of your skin. If your head was not already beneath the ocean's waves, you would gasp from it. Do not gasp, however, you cannot. You have already been submerged. Your body no longer feels as though it is your own. Your hair is unspooling behind you like thread, and your skirt is fluttering. Your body rocks to and fro, as though being soothed in a mother's arms. It is a curious feeling, but it is not wholly unpleasant. If only it were not so cold down here, beneath the ocean's depths, you might find it relaxing. It is dark under the surface of the water, yes, but you have not ventured so very far, not yet at least, that the glow of the moon cannot penetrate its depths. Your surroundings are illuminated, though faintly, and thanks to this precious illumination, you can see the schools of fish swimming about you. Their scales all glisten as they arc through the waves like rainbows. They do not look like life forms. They appear instead, to your fairy tale-addled mind, to be ancient relics brought to life through some strange arcane sorcery. They are pretty. No, that word is not significant enough. They are beautiful. You did not know, as you stood upon the shore, how very full of life it was beneath the water's surface. You did not know either how very beautiful these aquatic denizens of the deep were. You have never seen fish like these before, not in real life. You have memories, vague hazy memories, of dissecting a fish once, in a particularly gruesome biology lesson. That feels like a very long time ago now. You would far rather think on your own present than dwell upon the past. But the seconds pass, and as they do, the mermaid continues to swim, leading you deeper and deeper into the ocean's depths. While once you were close enough to the surface that the moon's light could still slice through the waves, now it is so very dark you can scarcely see. Your vision is beginning to blur. You can feel an uncomfortable pressure weighing down on your inert body. You have descended, you realize, with a ripple of anxiety. Too deep. Humans were not meant to descend into these depths. The water, once cold, now feels freezing. It caresses every inch of your exposed flesh, as if to sap what little warmth you might still possess. You shiver, and when you do, you swear that you can hear your teeth chattering, despite the water which stops your ears. Water is stopping up your nostrils. There is so much water down here at the bottom of the ocean. It is endless. The mermaid might be able to breathe underwater, but you are not so very fortunate. Your body is far less sophisticated than hers, and it requires oxygen, with which to furnish your body with continued strength, not salt water. The thought of trying to inhale the endless water which surrounds you makes you shudder. You would rather not attempt it. You do not have gills. When will the mermaid take you back to the surface? Surely she must know that you have fast begun to near your limit. You have been under the water for too long, and it is too cold, and it is so dark now. In any event, you cannot see much of anything. The joy you once felt during your underwater adventure has begun to dissipate, just like the last of the oxygen you still possess. It is time to return to the surface now, but how are you to communicate this to the mermaid? You cannot speak, and she is not looking at you. She is staring instead fixedly at something beyond your comprehension. Something far away, perhaps in the underwater gloom that you cannot see. Not knowing what else to do, you try to pull your arm free from the mermaid's grasp. You hope that this will signal to her that she has grown too carried away in her endeavors, that she ought to cut short your expedition and return you to the shore. The mermaid does not react, however, to your attempts to escape her. Her grip does not slacken as you had hoped from about your wrist. In fact, it is quite the opposite. It feels as though she is gripping you more tightly than she was, as if to prevent your escape. But why would she do that? You tap on the mermaid's shoulder to get her attention, a gesture which prompts her at long last to turn. Her fair hair billows about her, suspended in the water like a shroud. Then she says in that calm, measured, incredibly reasonable voice of hers, "Yes, dear one, what is it?" If you could, you would open your mouth to reply to her, but alas, you are a human girl, not a fish, and you cannot speak underwater. Any attempt to do so would accomplish naught, save filling your pretty little mouth with water. The mermaid really ought to have considered that before she started to ask you questions. But your comfort seems to be the last thing on the mermaid's mind. She smiles at you gently, delicately, then says, "I understand. Being underwater for so long must be beginning to take its toll. Do your lungs feel like iron? Are they heavy?" So she does understand your woes. You might not be able to speak, suspended as you are in the dark, murky depths, but communication is not wholly impossible. You nod your head emphatically, hoping that this will be enough to make your distress apparent, but yes, that will happen. It is a natural part, or so I have heard, of drowning. Not that I have ever had the opportunity to experience it for myself. I am incapable, you see, of meeting my demise in such a manner. Now, what was that? What could she mean? I mean, the mermaid answers, can she read minds? That this was a calculated act upon my part. Forgive me, dear one, but the moment you consented to sinking beneath the water with me, your fate was sealed. Your lungs will be flooded with water soon enough. Then you will die. It is not a pretty way to go. You needn't worry about your corpse bloating, disfiguring, or being eaten by fish, though. I'll take very good care of it, I promise. In death, you will look lovely, almost angelic. Is that not what you always wanted? You do not know what the mermaid thinks it is exactly that you want, but you think she is laboring under some severe misunderstandings. You would like to try and correct her. You do not want to die, but of course you cannot open your mouth. What a pity. Well, at least it saves me the effort of transcribing your dying pleas. I doubt that would be particularly interesting. Drowning? I don't like being in water, so I don't want to. I would not bother. If you want to know why I am doing this, then I would not mind obliging. I have no secrets to keep from you. Other than the secret, perhaps, that upon your first meeting, she nursed within her cold fish's heart the desire to bring about your watery murder. You might have liked to know that before you agreed to sink beneath the ocean surface with her. You drown and eat your nightmares? Oh, damn. Yeah, that sounds really scary. Not fun. I am only doing this because I have no choice. The other girl I liked, after all, the one whom I adored, disappeared. She went away and I was never again afforded the opportunity to see her. You remind me of that girl, though you do not look much alike. You do not act very alike either. But you are both humans who, despite your delicacies, have no shortage of determination. How your kind is able to live when your lifespans are so very short and you are susceptible to so very many diseases is a mystery to me. Though my lifespan far eclipses your own, and I am far sturdier, I cannot help but marvel at the tenacity of you humans. I know that if I were as fragile as you are, I would not be able to exist in this world. I would be far too afraid. I would see my own death lurking behind every corner. Just as you can see your own death looming before you. It is not so very far away now. You can feel it coming closer and closer and closing its cold, icy fingers around your throat. You humans are incredible. I cannot help but respect you, weak and pitiful though you are. She respects your tenacity so very much she wishes to extinguish it? That does not make very much sense. Perhaps my words are confusing you, but it makes perfect sense, to me at least. My beloved cowherd left me. I do not know where she went or what happened to her. Perhaps she was murdered by bandits. Perhaps she contracted a horrible disease. Perhaps she simply fell and cracked her skull. I do not know, I will never know. I'm pretty sure every route is just death. I will play the village one in my own time and speedrun it though. Because reading too much is making me, yeah. Dead. For many, many days and many, many nights, her disappearance tormented me. I could not help but wonder how it came about, but there were so many possibilities I could not imagine all of them. And I need to go eat. This thought terrified me. It still does. That is why I'm going to take you to my underwater kingdom with me. There, we can be together forever. Nothing will be able to tear us apart then. I will brush your hair and I will dress you in the finest pearls found from the bottom of the seabed. It will be lovely. Much, much lovelier than any sort of miserable existence you might be able to eke out above the water. In my citadel, you will never be attacked by bandits, nor ravaged by diseases. You will be quite safe, I promise. Quite safe, yes, and quite dead too, surely. Well, yes, that is the only unfortunate aspect of my plan. She considers your death nothing more than a mere misfortune? The mermaid might be surprisingly cold after all. But perhaps you ought to have predicted this. She is part fish. Are fish not cold-blooded, like lizards? You probably learned this at some point during biology class, but your lessons are beginning to feel very faint and far away now. Your body is beginning to fail you. You cannot take much more of this. It is a necessary sacrifice, though, if we are to be happy. I am doing this, you know, for both our sakes. I do apologize for tricking you, but please, try to understand. I really have been lonely. You would be more inclined to sympathize with her, perhaps, if her loneliness was not ushering in your inevitable demise. But you are too preoccupied with your dwindling reserves of oxygen to feel much in the way of anything for your captor. You can feel the pressure of the water against your eyes. They are beginning to ache. Perhaps you are crying, you do not know. The water masks much of your anguish. You have been drifting underwater for almost 3 minutes. That is a remarkably long time to go without any air. Your vision is beginning to cloud. Your surroundings are already look darker, still, unpleasant and obscure, and not at all like the paradise the mermaid promised you. The pain of being suffocated slowly is far stronger and far more oppressive than the sensation of the mermaid's hand wound tightly about your arm. Is there no escape for you? Prognosis, I am sorry to say, is grim. Your fate, as the mermaid said, really was sealed the moment you met her, luxuriating on those rocks beneath the moonlight. But you'll forgive me if my sympathy is limited. You did bring this upon yourself, you know. You reap what you sow, and in your case, you made a series of bad decisions which led to your untimely demise. Now, what do you want to do? Will you accept this fate of yours and rest in peace? Or will you try to fight against it? Bruh. Alright, let's accept and see what happens. That is a bit of an anticlimactic answer at this juncture in your life story, but I suppose it would be remiss of me to lecture you too much. I am sure you are well aware of what a terrible series of decisions you have made. There is no need for me to belabor this point. That would be boorish, not to mention tedious. I am rather tired of scolding you. So instead, I think I will content myself with loving you. What? You thought in your death the mermaid was the only one who would be able to cassette you? I know I have said this before, but you really are naive. You cannot escape me, even if you're at the bottom of the deepest, darkest ocean. The world might have forsaken you, but I never will. I will never leave you. What the hell? You will never be lonely again. What the fuck? I didn't expect that. The narrator loves us. No wonder they're always so mean to us. And scolding us. Well, that's interesting. We pretty much just always die, huh? I kind of figured as much. Alright, let's see who we can raid. Alright, 6 is still live. Let's go raid her. I don't think we ever really get a chance to raid 6. Alright, let's get these raid messages ready. Dun, 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 dun. Thank you guys for hanging out today. My voice is kind of dying. I don't know why. And I keep biting my tongue, which is annoying. 636. Still no sleep yet? Wow, geez. I hope you get some sleep soon. It's not good to not sleep much. Alright. Choose a raid message of your choice. We're gonna go spread some love over to 6. Cyber Imp. VTuber. Not yet. It's heat. Oh, I see. Well, kind of the same thing. Alright, I will be back tomorrow for Valentine's Day. And we're gonna go play A Date with Death, which is another visual novel, I believe, where you're dating the Grim Reaper. Does loading take that long in Valorant? Well, she is playing Valorant, it seems like. So, thank you for being here. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your day. I may be in Discord later watching anime. I'm not entirely sure yet. I still need to eat and like exercise, so after all that, I might not even have time, but we'll see. You can come hang out and watch us if I am there. But otherwise, I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your day / night, and I will see you later tomorrow. Goodbye. Love you all. Bye-bye.